Hello, welcome back. Today is round three of the Lichess broadcast commentary of the Candidates 2024. It is currently being played in Toronto, Canada. Both open and women's sections being played at the same time, the first time in history of chess. And I'm your host. I am Irene Sukandar, and today I'm so pleased to announce that, backed by popular demand, we have international master Eric Rosen. Hey, Eric, how are you?
Hey Irene, I'm good. It's great to be here. I'm a little bit sorry that Matthew is taking the day off today, because yesterday I know a lot of people in chat were asking where's Eric, but now I imagine people are going to be asking where's Matthew. But hopefully we'll have a good show today.
Yes, indeed, we will. And I'm sure you have already seen last the matchup of yesterday's, which is going to be, it was such an exciting day at the office. I'm so sorry you weren't here with us yesterday, but I'm sure you've seen there are four decisive results in the open sections and two decisive results in the women's section. When was the last time you have all decisive results in the open section in the history of the candidates? It's been like many years ago, maybe.
I was wondering about that. Yeah,
Mhm.
because I don't recall any like recent candidates tournaments where all the rounds or all the games in a given round were decisive. And I think that's especially rare for a tournament like this where the players are just so well prepared. But as we're seeing, the players are ready to play fighting chess. Like they're taking risks. And even in the first round, where all the games were drawn, there were, at least in the open section, there were still a lot of fighting games. So I think it's going to foreshadow what's to come for the rest of the tournament. That we're going to see probably a lot of just hard-fought games, a lot of
Mhm.
young players trying to draw blood from early on. So yeah, it should be fun to watch today.
Exactly. Yes, as a chess fan, I feel so spoiled the last 2 days of all the games that both sections have showed us. Like it's really a treat for all the chess fans to see all these preparations, to see all this fighting spirit of the players. And I think the rule of the 40 move draw is working very well because we didn't see, well, you were scared that there might be some Berlin draws, right? But so far so good. There's no Berlin draws at all.
That's true. Yeah, and even like there were what a couple Berlins yesterday with Hikaru game against Vidit, and then what was the other Berlin game? Nepo against Firouzja.
Yeah.
But both of those games were just incredibly sharp and exciting. A lot of interesting prep with Vidit sacrificing his bishop from early on with bishop takes h3, and then Nepo unleashing like this incredible prep where he intentionally like doubled his kingside pawns, exposed his king, but got an amazing attack in the middle game. So yeah, it's a good sign when the Berlin is leading to exciting battles in the middle game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, without further ado, let's discuss about today's pairings because what do we have? There you go. We have Nijat Abasov versus Hikaru Nakamura. We saw yesterday Nijat had put quite a tough fight against Fabiano before collapsing in the almost in the final time of the game, unfortunately. And Hikaru also had a hard game against Vidit yesterday. So both of them lost yesterday, and they're going to fight against each other today. What's your prediction of this match?
Yeah, I think this will be like especially interesting to watch, especially the matchups where one player won yesterday and the other lost yesterday. Like Vidit having all the momentum on his side, just defeating Hikaru, playing against Prague, who lost a very tough game yesterday against Gukesh. I wouldn't be surprised if Vidit keeps his momentum and wins again today against Prague, but yeah, we'll have to see. And then in a similar manner, Fabiano won his game yesterday. He's playing Firouzja with the black pieces, but I imagine Firouzja really wants to rebound from yesterday's loss. And I imagine that's not going to be a solid opening from maybe from either side. We'll have to see. But I think all of these matches have a lot of potential to be exciting today.
Yes, yes, I absolutely agree with you. Oh, I cannot really pick which one is my favorite match of the day because all of these four matches look very, very interesting. I mean, just look at the combination of the characteristic of the players. For example, in the board between Alireza Firouzja versus Fabiano Caruana, we know that Alireza is such an unpredictable player and Fabi is such a theoretician. And the mix of them two will be I would expect some fireworks on the board, especially Alireza is playing white this time. So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. And let's also see the standings after round two. And we have four leaders in the open section, and all of them drew on the first day and also won on the second day. Fabiano Caruana, Gukash, Vidit, and Ian Nepomniachtchi. And on the lower half, we have Nijat Abasov, Alireza Firouzja, Praggnanandhaa, and Nakamura sharing also half a point. Yes, so interesting, interesting. So in the women's, what do we have today? Let's take a look. We have two experienced players again. This matchup will be, I think, quite the highlight of the day. Also, the match between Conor Hampe versus Tan Zhongyi. And if you also remember, Tan Zhongyi has a perfect score in these women's candidates, scoring 2 out of 2 so far. Wow. And then we have Faishali versus Nurgul Salimova. They are the first timers in the women's candidates. So let's see. Because nerves should be taking place for them right now. And let's see who's going to fight it better. And we also have Litinje versus Alexander Goryachkina. I think this is their umpteenth battle against each other. So what are your predictions for the women's matchups?
Yeah, I'm especially excited to see the battle between Humpy and Tan because I mean Tan has come in incredibly strong, winning her first two games, displaying some really nice opening prep across both games. The first game she won with this really nice Carlsbad structure from the black side, and then in her second round she won in another Carlsbad structure from the white side of a Jobava London. So it seems like she's incredibly well prepared. And I'm super curious if she can keep up her perfect score. But I imagine it's going to be tough against such stiff competition. And then, yeah, the other matchups should all be interesting. Of course, Muzychuk lost a very tough game yesterday against Goryachkina. We'll see if she can bounce back today against Lagno. But yeah, I'm very excited to see these games.
Yes, yes. Ah, man, this is really a treat for all of us, really, because every round they have very interesting matchups. Okay, we'll see the standings of the women. Yes, Tanzongi clear first right now, 2 points out of 2 games, followed by Goryachkina, 1.5 out of 2 games, and then Lagno, Salimova, and Hampi, they have 1 point each, and Muzychuk, Faishali, and Litingje, they have half a point each. Wow. Okay, but it is still too early to judge for any final result because we are still round number 3 today and they're going to play for 14 rounds. So I have to remind the chats again to all the viewers. These candidates, they have the same format. So they will play a double round robin. It means that each player will play against one another twice, alternating colors, black and white, and yeah, they will also finish at the same time. So we will play the first 4 rounds, and then after that, there's going to be a break, and then we play another 3 rounds and another break, 3 rounds again, another break, and then 2 rounds, break, and then 2 rounds, and we'll see if on the last day we will have a tie break or not. Because, well, I myself, I'm rooting for a tiebreak because it is the most exciting day at the office, commentating for a tiebreak because they have shorter time control. They will have so many actions on the board, so many blunders. We can expect that too. Yeah, but I think in the past few candidates, there haven't been any tiebreaks because the winner always come clear first. So, what are your expectations, Eric?
Yeah, just to note on that, I think it's relatively new that this candidates is having a tiebreak format because I remember a few years ago there was like a tie for first place at the end. I think it was with Magnus like winning his first candidates? might be wrong on that, but in the past, the candidates has been determined by like the mathematical tiebreakers if there is a tie, and I think a playoff is much more exciting for the players and for the fans. And of course, if it does come to a playoff, there's no Armageddon.
Mm,
There's just they keep playing
they
games
keep
until
playing.
there's an eventual winner.
Yep.
But we're still very far away from that. And of course, this is such a long and grueling tournament. And even though there are leaders emerging after a couple of rounds, still anything can happen. As we saw in the candidates a couple years ago, Fabiano got off to a very great start, and then he just kind of collapsed in the second half of the event. And Nepo was able to essentially play high quality chess all the way through. So I think usually what it comes down to in these long tournaments is just stamina and physical and mental form because yeah, it takes a lot of energy to play such chess at the highest levels. And I mean, the players have to be really well equipped, not only when it comes to opening preparation, but also when it comes to physical preparation. And I mean, we're still very early on, so it's very hard to make any clear predictions,
Mhm.
even after a few decisive games in the second round.
Yes, yes, I agree with you. And well, it's still, as I said, it's still too far to judge or actually to predict based on just the first two rounds, that's for sure. But we also have kind of like clear favorites to win the candidates, right? Based on the previous statistics. For example, Nepomniachtchi, yeah, he's been a regular at candidates and he's won two candidates. Fabiano Caruana, currently being the highest rated player in the Opens, right? Or in the whole candidates event. And he has won one candidate before. So these two names are clear favorites. But I also like to mention, again, all the youngsters that are the first timers in the candidates as well, especially the Indians, Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa, Vidit, who showed like really good chess yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura. They cannot be taken lightly too because they have these unpredictable factors within them. Yeah, and then they're also backed by a very good team of seconds and equipments, because I was talking to Matthew yesterday how the preparation with computers or engines these days really contribute a lot in players progress. So what about you? You are a content creator, you're a streamer, but occasionally you are also a chess player. I mean, you play tournaments overseas as well. So, how much of the technology these days, the computers have contributed to your progress in chess?
Oh yeah, I love the aspect of just the high level opening prep. I, of course, don't do it at the level of these players, but of course, I also try and keep a balance between doing my content online and then also occasionally playing these like high level classical over the board events. So when I am playing a serious tournament, I really enjoy just preparing for my opponents.
Mhm.
And it's not quite like the candidates where the players have months to prepare for their specific opponents. But even when I play classical events and I know my opponent the day before, there's a lot that you can do with looking up all of your opponent's published games in the database and then trying to just absorb what their opening repertoire is and get a sense of what holes might be present in their repertoire, what weaknesses they might have in their styles of play. So it's such an important aspect of the game. And I guess we should just hop into the games because I see moves being played in
Exactly.
the boards. Maybe we can switch to the multi-board view
Yes.
just to have a bird's eye of the openings. Looks like three out of the four games have started here, and
Well,
no big surprises just yet.
I just want to mention before we see the first move of Vidit, this is what I like about Vidit. He's been doing a streak of meditation before the game. Like
Mm.
he's gonna do it on the board before the game. That helps him to be calm and then be focused. And then, well, we see the first move by Vidit just being played now. So I would suspect that he has like 1 or 2 minutes meditation before the game before playing the first move. So this is the bird's view of the open matchups and no opening surprises, I think, so far. Do you want to take a look one by one
Yeah, I
individually?
mean, the one that catches my eye is the game between Firouzja and Fabiano, because as we saw yesterday, Fabiano played the Rosalimo against Abasov, and now today, Firouzja is playing the Rosalimo against Fabiano. So I
Mm,
guess Fabiano has to prepare this opening from both the white and the black side. And I believe yesterday Abasov played this move e5 after bishop to b5.
yes, yes.
And Fabiano played a very solid game. But here today, with Fabiano having the black pieces, he's playing knight f6, which is also a completely acceptable move. And Firouzja maybe taking his first small think of the game, deciding what to play from here.
Right. Yes. Rosolimo these days has been a great alternative to avoid the main Sicilian or the open Sicilian. And we know open Sicilian is just huge, one of the biggest openings in chess. There are so many Sicilians there are. So that's why Rosolimo is like, okay, this is equally good and this offers less complications to the game. We see knight c3 on the board, and there are, I think, a few lines in this position. I think it depends on what black wants to do. I believe e5 is still, or knight d4. Oh yeah, this knight d4.
Knight d4, wow.
Actually, this reminds me of, okay, we started off as a Rosolimo, but this can be starting off like almost like how do you call it? The not
A
Grand Prix
knight c3
attack, but just the
Sicilian.
close Sicilian stuff. Yeah, like knight
Yeah, I just call it
c3,
knight c3
knight
Sicilian
c3
and bishop
Sicilian.
b5.
Right. So knight c6, bishop b5, and knight f6 is one of the main lines after bishop b5, and after knight c3, yes, knight d4 is of course
So
one of the main
transpose.
replies too. Yeah. So usually in this position, um, you can play bishop d3. This is what I was thinking of. Maybe I don't know whether Firuza will play it, but this is also one of the moves. Or actually, there's no or.
So
Maybe castle.
I'm I'm trying to remember the exact move order here, but I have a vague memory of Fabiano beating Magnus Carlsen from this position with the white pieces. I'm pretty sure the main line is e5 here. And
Ah.
it can get very weird from early on because I'm just checking with the opening database here, but after e5, the main line is knight takes b5,
Mm-hmm.
knight takes b5, and then after knight d5, white has a really cool move, knight to g5.
Knight g5. Look at those knights on the fifth rank.
And the point of this move is to have ideas of knight takes f7 and queen f3 and
Wow.
exploiting a lot of the tactical targets in black's position with this loose knight on d5.
Mm.
And yeah, I just checked in the Masters database, and Fabiano did defeat Magnus Carlsen from this position with the white pieces in 2019. So
What
in that
tournament was that?
game, I'm bringing up the game. This was a Norway Armageddon.
Oh, so
So I guess it
it's
was
Blitz then.
Armageddon in Stavanger. Yeah, probably a faster time control
Mm-hmm.
game. But that game featured Magnus playing f6 in this position. So it can be a really weird opening, especially for maybe newer players who are just used to following basic opening principles, like don't move the same piece twice in the opening, try and move towards the center, not away from the center. Of course, never play f6 too, but f6 is actually the one of the best moves for black in this position to deal with white's threats.
Wow.
So
I don't know whether you're being serious. Really, f6. I'm being skeptical in the first glance, but I hope you have a good reason why f6 is the best move.
yeah, so Magnus played this move, but as far as I understand, this line should be dubious for black. Remember checking it a
As
few
long
years ago
as
with the engine.
I think as long as white doesn't, I mean, as long as black doesn't take this, and then fall into this type of mate, yeah?
I don't think we're going to see that, but
No.
yeah, you do have to be careful always moving your F pawn and exploiting this diagonal to the king. So it seems like after knight d4 was played, Firouzja is taking a longer think. And imagine this has to be a surprise for him because this e5 line uh, should I think it's kind of the common understanding that e5 should lead to some advantage for whites. But as we know, Fabiano is incredibly well prepared,
Mm-hmm.
and he has this reputation of going into lines that might be objectively dubious, but he's so well prepared with the engine that if he can get on just more of a comfort zone than his opponent, then it can be worth kind of having the surprise value. So
Isn't
be
it
interesting to see.
isn't it a approach of the top elite players these days? Like if you could recall, you were also in a commentary on the first day how Hikaru played an opening that's been rejected for centuries of being bad for black. But in this tournament, he played on the first round and he played it against none other than Fabiano Caruana and still survived.
Yeah, I think it's a common trend that, especially with the modern day engines, the players are exploring territories that maybe used to be rejected as bad, but now engines are allowing even what used to be considered dubious lines to be playable. And I think it's making the top level chess way more exciting that we're getting a much larger variety of openings.
Yes.
And speaking of, I want to switch the game between Vidit and
Oh,
Praggnanandhaa because
I was about to direct us to that game because it's very rare to see this opening being played in a top level game, especially in a classical game. So we know this opening as usually the f5 comes before a6. So I don't know actually the difference if a6 is being played. Is it a totally different opening or not? Because if
yes,
if this
I
one
can
was
shed some light here because I used to play this from the black side, and a6 first is considered to be a bit more dubious. If black plays f5 right away, if we just go back, f5 right away is known as the Schliemann. And there's actually a small trap here that after f5, if white plays d4 here, then black can take on e4, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, pawn takes e5. And with this bishop on b5, black is now winning material with the move pawn c6. And several years ago, the very first time I encountered this opening, I had the white pieces. I stumbled into this position. And the problem for white is not only is the bishop attacked on b5, but queen a5 is coming next. So after a move like bishop c4 or bishop e2, queen a5 check attacks the king, attacks pawn e5, and black is winning a pawn with a very healthy position. Play could go on from here, but it's generally accepted that yeah, this line is completely fine for black. Now, if we compare this to what happened in the game with a6 included and d4, the bishop is on a4 here. So after white plays d4 and black, if black were to take on e4, it's a
then
completely different position.
mhm.
Just to show not pawn takes
Sorry,
d4, but pawn
f
takes
takes
e4,
e4. Mm-hmm.
then white's doing very well here because after knight takes e5, black doesn't have the same idea with c6 to win the pawn, and it's white who's in full control. So it's just a
Yep.
completely different line with this small detail, a6 included. And that probably explains why Praggnanandhaa captured on d4, just going into completely different position. And then if we go forward with what happened in the game, yeah, pawn e5, pawn b5, bishop b3, and knight a5. And this brings us to the current position where imagine Praggnanandhaa has to be very, very well prepared here if he's playing such an opening line. And we can see Vidit already taking some time in the opening. Um, yeah, this is going to be a very exciting game to watch because yeah, it's already just a very imbalanced position with black having moved the f pawn, white having this pawn in e5, potentially hampering black's development. But with black's last move, knight a5, black is maybe trying to get the bishop pair with simply
Mm-hmm.
knight takes b3, or also trying to expand with pawn c5 and get the space advantage on the queen side.
Right. Yeah, this looks like a very dangerous opening to play, especially for black. having the king on e8 a little bit exposed because the f pawn is already moved. So yes, Praggnanandhaa has to be very well prepared in choosing this line, and maybe because they are, I think they already played so many games against each other, right? So I don't think they've played this opening before. So they're just trying to surprise the opponent by a rare approach like this with this f5. And I think for white's perspective, even if you're not very well prepared against this, I think it is quite safe. But again, for black, it looks a little bit dangerous. So we'll keep an eye on this game because it looks like really interesting. I was just trying to find, is there any interesting position or interesting opening, and I saw one, and let me take you to that game. It's between Litinje versus Goryachkina, and we
I was just
have
going to mention, yeah, it's another gambit that we're seeing.
another
This feels
gambit.
like a online blitz chess and not the candidates, but oh, this must be a crowd pleaser. There's so many fans of the Evans Gambit among just casual players. Very rarely do you see this opening at the highest levels.
Yeah, so
So we
I
see
just want to
the
mention in this
yeah.
position that in the good old days, or maybe it still is right now, that after c3, bishop f5 is one of the main lines. I think this is still the main line of the day. I rarely see the bishop goes back to c5, but bishop e7 is also another good response by black. You just have to be prepared in whichever line that you are choosing against Gambit, Evans Gambit. And here, Goryachkina play bishop e7 and d4, knight a5, and bishop nestled back to e2, d6, and queen a4. So, oh, c6 was already played. So I just want to also let the viewers know, like, this is to be honest, this is a surprise opening choice by Litinje for me because of I know her and I know her repertoire. I mean, she's a very good e4 player, but maybe also the influence of seconds play a very important role here. And we know Litinje is seconded by none other than Timur Rajabov. So you see, like, Rajabov is a, how do you call it, like a very creative player, very very unorthodox, and even for his opening approach sometimes he's willing to do something like this in order to confuse his opponents. So maybe this sort of influential approach, not only to the game but also to the opening, really play a big role. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I think there's so much value in surprising your opponent in the opening. Even if you're risking playing a dubious line, assuming you can be well prepared, then you're basically forcing your opponent to play against your engine preparation for several moves from the opening, usually going into the middle game. And yeah, it's incredible to see that the Evans Gambit can be playable. And I know there's I mean this has been played. The one game I remember seeing at a high level was young talent from the US, Grandmaster Rufeng Li,
Mm-hmm.
played the Evans Gambit against Fabiano Caruana a few years ago at this Millionaire Open in Vegas. And Rufeng Li got a completely winning position within 20 moves against Fabiano. So Evans Gambit maybe is it's not the opening that strong players will review on a regular basis because it's just not a priority. Like a lot of players will dismiss it as dubious. But I think again with modern engines, there's just a lot of new territory to explore. And it seems like the players are rattling off some line. Looks like they're still in known territory. I'm checking the Lichess database, and there has been a handful of top level games that have reached
Mm-hmm.
this position after knight takes e5. The most notable is Nigel Short against Peter Svidler. There is also Jordan van Forest against Eric Hansen. So some big names that have played this exact position before.
Yeah, so can you walk us through to one of the games just to see how the game went and then just to see the general plans for both sides?
Yeah, so 24 years ago, there was a game between Svidler and Short, and I'm checking to see where this game was played. It looks like it was played on ICC in some like online Grand Prix event. It was a 60-minute online game. And after knight takes e5, uh black played knight to f6. Just seeing so black was Peter's fiddler, and after knight f6, castling was played by Nigel Short, and then pawn b5, queen c2, and castling. And
Sorry,
seems
so
like the
so
dust
after
kind
knight
of
e5,
settles.
it's knight f6, yeah?
Correct.
And castle, b5,
Castle, b5,
queen
queen
c2.
c2, castling, and pawn to a4.
Okay.
And yeah, it seems like a kind of messy position where, I mean, material is balanced. Like white won back the pawn, but white is also left with some separated pawns. I said pawn on c3. With this last move, pawn a4, white's trying to get some initiative on the queen side, targeting the pawn on b5. And then from here, Peter's fiddler played queen c7, attacking the knight on e5. And after knight f3, there is pawn to a6. And looks like black is very stable here. There's been 4 games, according to the Masters database. And out of those 4 games, there's been 3 draws and 1 win for the black side. So this seems like a very safe line for black, where white isn't really getting that fiery initiative that maybe you often see in other lines in the Evans Gambit. But as long as black is completing development and keeping the targets defended on the queen side, then it looks like a very stable position.
Yeah, but I have to give it up to the second of Litinje because, well, when you're preparing your player, you also have to understand the characteristic of the opponent. And we know that Alexandra Goryachkina is a real theoretician. She always plays according to the principle. She's like she has this old-fashioned style of chess, just very principled and then according to the rule and so on and so on. So by just playing the events gambit, you actually force your opponent to work it out on the board instead of having a initial preparation beforehand. So this is actually a very clever choice by, I would say, Rajabov and Raymond Song, actually. Yeah, the team of Li Tingjie. And also the team when Li Tingjie was playing in the World Championship match against Ju Wenjun. And back then, Ju Wenjun was seconded by Hari Krishna. So in the women's chess these days, yeah, they take like a very top level players to be their seconds, to be their coaches, in order to help them, especially prepare them in the openings because they have more experience. They also have more well insight to offer to these players. So we actually have some moves on the board. So after this position, yeah, knight takes e5, knight f6. Littinger played castle, and Goryachkina is still thinking on what to do next. But according to what you said before, there was a game that went b5, queen c2, and so on, castle a4, queen c7. That looks like relatively quiet since it's coming from Evans Gambit. But let's see if Goryachkina will come up with something different than b5.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing I'm curious about is how deeply is Lei Tingje prepared? Because she already has more time than she started with. She's clearly still in her preparation. And honestly, the position that they have right now might just be the beginning of her preparation. At this level of chess, sometimes when you're preparing an opening, you you have to go through like the concrete lines, which has been played, but then you go much deeper than that. Um, so I mean, Goryachkina already there's about 13 minutes off her clock, but we might see the time advantage grow even more for Lei if Goryachkina uh, basically tanks in this position. So it's definitely one to keep an eye
Yep.
on. But we should probably move on to some of the other games happening.
Yes, I think let's take a look at this one. It doesn't really look like fireworks right now, but it can potentially be like that. It's between Nijat Abasov and Hikaru Nakamura. Let's start from the first move. D4, D5, C4, C6, takes, exchange
So
Slav,
exchange Slav.
and knight C6, bishop F4, A6, E3, bishop G4, H3. So if yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, between Goryachkina and Muzychuk, it was the bishop F5 variation instead of bishop G4. So here Hikaru decided to take on F3, takes E6, rook C1, and bishop D6 and bishop D3. So far, so peaceful. I would actually, um, I would actually expect some dangerous line from Hikaru, but I think this is also one of the strategies after you suffered from a loss. You don't have to be more aggressive, trying to get revenge on your next opponent and then get some fast victory, but you kind of like, you have to calm down and then, yeah, just half a point is okay because there are still many games to go. So, have you experienced this position before or played any of the exchange Slav, either as white or black pieces?
So I'll admit the exchange Slav is one of these openings that I've avoided completely with both colors. It just turns me off, simply because, yeah, it's just so symmetrical, and especially from the black side, it really just seems like you're just trying to be solid and uh, give your opponent an easy draw if they want one. But yeah, as you mentioned, maybe for both players, they just want to stop the bleeding from early on. Both players are coming off a loss from yesterday's round two games. So we're seeing just really solid play, and this is a much different feel compared to the other openings we've glanced at with Evans Gambit and this weird Schliemann Gambit from Praggnanandhaa. So I imagine we won't be putting as much emphasis on this game, but you never know. Like things could start off very solidly and then get exciting later on. But for now, I mean, if the bishops get traded on D6 or on F4, then I don't really see so much life in this position. Although maybe Abasov is just trying to play for a slight advantage. There are some G4 ideas to expand on the king side. There's also ideas on the queen side as well. There's knight A4 to target the dark squares.
Oh,
Um,
knight F4, not knight F5, yeah?
well, knight
Okay.
A5 is also an idea for black sometimes to expand with B5 and knight C4. So, I mean, sometimes with these symmetrical positions, players will have kind of overlapping ideas. And yeah, it's very positional in nature, far less tactical. So I imagine it's going to be kind of a slow unfolding into the middle game. But I imagine we should probably focus on some more exciting
Yep.
games happening.
Well, we will for sure, but let's circle around as well to any of
Definitely.
the games that we haven't seen before. So let's complete the open section by looking at the game between Gukash and Nepomniachtchi, and let's take a look from the start. So d4 knight f6, and we see some sort of like still Queen's Gambit or Catalan, and okay, now it's like Tarrasch with G3 variation, takes, and yeah, this has becoming quite popular these days. And bishop c5, knight takes d4, and castle. So nothing much going on so far. It's been quite peaceful, but I'm just a bit concerned about the time situation. Gukash has spent more than 20 minutes to go to this position, whereas Ian just blitzing out and just spent 4 minutes, or I don't know, maybe it's not according to Gukash preparation. Maybe Ian is surprising him in this opening because usually Ian would choose a little bit more spicy opening. But I remember, like on the first day against Abasov, Ian Nepomniachtchi also played with black pieces, and it was quite a rather peaceful opening as well, and they ended up with a draw. What's your take
Yeah,
about this
there's some
end?
overlap. I mean, we're beginning to see Nepo's black repertoire. against d4. And in his game against Abasov, we also saw this very early c5 move. Of course, from a different opening, it was more of a traditional Queen's Gambit declined, but he was really just trying to liquidate the center as quickly as possible. And in this game, he goes for c5 very early, this time against the Catalan. And I was just checking the opening database,
Mm-hmm.
and Nepo has had this position before, this exact position, but with the white pieces against it was Daniel Dubov
Mm.
in a chess.com rapid tournament back in 2022. So even the online games that these players have played are maybe sometimes relevant for the players' preparations. And it seems like if Nepo has played this position before from the white side, then he probably has good understanding from the black side as well. But this is an opening that I have no experience in with either color, so it's hard to give any like deeper insights beyond what the master's database says from here.
Yeah, well, this opening requires understanding and strategies because, well, it is a peaceful start of the game, but you have to really understand where your pieces should be placed and which side that you have to play on because you see that there's almost tactics coming up on the board, but yeah, both sides have to understand this, and I think that's why Gokash is taking time because there are, I think, many options that can be played by white here. For instance, I'd like this pawn moved and to have like a double fianchetto. And what else can be done? I think I like to develop my bishop on this diagonal, actually. Or maybe he's thinking of something else too.
So
Probably.
yeah, checking the
Mhm.
database, there were basically two moves that have been played among master level. One is knight b3, the other was knight c3.
Oh, okay.
But knight b3, I think, makes a lot of sense, even though it does prevent your idea of b3 and bishop b2. It attacked the bishop on c5, provoked bishop e7, which Nepo appears to have played instantly.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very clear Nepo is still in his prep. And then, yeah, I guess from here it's a question how white continues development. After bishop e7, there are different ways for white to kind of expand in this position. The main move in master level play is pawn e4 to again make a threat and attack the knight on d5. Of course, the drawback of e4 is it blocks this nice fianchetto bishop from g2, so it maybe lessens the pressure on the long diagonal. But yeah, if white doesn't want to play e4, then looks like there's some other options. Knight a3 has been tried before, along with bishop to d2. But yeah, it's a little bit awkward for white to actually complete development because the dark square bishop is restricted. Like you can't really develop it actively to e3, f4, or g5. Like all these squares are off limits. And knight c3 isn't really attractive because you don't want to allow the trade of knights and then damage the structure. So it seems like Gukesh is maybe caught in a situation that he's not super familiar with, and he has to choose what to do. And it's not always easy when you know your opponent is very well prepared and just blitzing out moves.
Right. Well, you see, in this type of events, you just have to appreciate all the works that each player has done because you cannot just prepare for like one or two openings against your opponent because they are elite chess players. Their repertoire is just huge. They can pretty much play any single variation or openings that you never imagined before. So you just have to be prepared against every single thing uh, when you're also playing, maybe you have prepared the line, but you do your homework during the game. You try to remember whether you've seen it and then whether you've remember what is the right move because sometimes one move and another they're like crossing over each other. Like maybe you see this bishop e7 in this variation, and then you thought that this variation is also has bishop e7, and I have to play, and vice versa. So, and sometimes it's just messing around with your memory. So it's hard actually being a very professional chess player like them. So yeah, kudos for them. Let's take a look the games in the women's section. Any pick of yours, Eric?
Yeah, perhaps we can go to the Muzychuk against Lagno game because we have not looked at this one yet. And we just maybe start from the beginning and see what opening was played. Looks like it was a Berlin,
No, it's
but
not a Berlin. It's
oh, I'm sorry, not a Berlin. Yeah,
just a
A6
rule of
included is
this.
just a mainline Spanish. Yes.
And b5
So
and oh nice, this is offering the Marshall Gambit variation. Like if you play the common c3 here, well, we don't know, maybe Lagno is actually going to play d6, but this order of moves gives or offers more confusion to white player because you have to guess, am I going to play the normal line of Lopez d6 or am I going to play d5? And then we go for this Marshall Gambit, which has been explored heavily and in most cases is ended with a draw. But you have to do your homework on the board still. It's all about memorization and whether you remember if you've worked on it or not. So here, interestingly, Anna Muzychuk chose to play h3 to be prepared if in case you play d5 and now you can actually take on d5 without worrying that you might have some counter attack to your king. So Lagno didn't play d5 and she played bishop b7, and after d3 we are seeing the type of position that we called with the closed Rulabes, and d5 is played right away. So actually,
but D5 opens the position a little bit, so
yes,
not a traditional closed Spanish.
it's not. It's not. I thought after bishop b7 it was d6, but now after d5 it's no longer the close Rulabes because okay, I like this approach. Just very aggressive. Take stakes and then knight c3. It's gonna be let's figure this out, Eric. This position I'm
Mhm.
sure has been played numerous times. So what happened if we just take on e5? Let's see your master database. So after take stakes is usually like this, and I believe it's c6 or bishop f6.
Yeah, I have not been using the master database for this game, but let me go back here. Um, I vaguely remember preparing this position from the black side, and I want to say it's bishop to f6,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm checking now. So knight takes e5 is actually the most played move,
Yep.
and after knight takes e5, rook takes e5, the main move is queen to d6.
Queen to d6, right? Ah,
So
yes, I
getting
remember this now.
tempo against the rook. And even though black has lost a pawn, black is getting some nice initiative. And games usually go rook to e1, and then black will play rook a to e8. And there's going to be some kingside buildup for black, and it seems like white has to be very careful. After rook a e8, there's knight to d2, and then pawn to c5. And there's been over 200 games that have featured this line, and over 80% of those games have ended in a draw. So imagine there's some like deeper theory where black is just equalizing, and yeah, it seems like white is the one who has to be careful.
Yep.
So that probably explains why white did not want to enter this variation, did not take the pawn on e5, even though it is playable.
Yeah, so we are seeing, I mean, eventually Lagno gets what she wants. Maybe she was actually planning to play Marshall Gambit anyway, but now she got it with like one move delay. Bishop b7 was included, and d5 was finally there. But as far as I understand, if white doesn't take the sacrifice on e5 and then just play something else, then black stands all right. So
So
yeah.
I do want to note, according to the database, knight c3 is incredibly rare.
Mm-hmm.
There's been over 1,000 games after knight takes d5, and knight c3 has been played only 2% of the time.
Yeah.
But it's an idea. Of course, it pressures a knight on d5, and it leads to this trade after knight takes c3 and b takes c3. The structure becomes a bit imbalanced. And after, yeah, what happened in the game? Bishop f6, knight d2, knight a5. We're seeing things spicing up a bit. Black is perhaps trying to grab the bishop pair. It's not really anywhere this bishop on b3 can run or hide. And meanwhile, Black's bishop on b7 is unleashed, and this could be a very powerful asset going into the middle game. Imagining like if we do see knight takes b3 and the queen coming to d5, then the g2 pawn is going to be a very tasty target for Black to attack.
Yes, yes. Well, we'll see. And I was just looking at the time management by Anna. She spent in okay before knight c3. Yeah, she spent roughly 4 minutes for this move. So yeah, again, taking on e5 is the most common move to be played, but again, it's going to be a task for Anna because whether she remembers the whole variations or not, because it's easy to play as black. All you want to do is just to attack the king, but for white, you have to be precise not to lose on the spot because the attack will be quite imminent. So we'll keep an eye on this. And the current position is this: after knight a5, Anna is still thinking. I think presumably knight e4 is going to be played anyway, because otherwise I don't see why knight d2 was played. I think it has to go to e4, or I'm a bit skeptical if the knight goes to f1 and then try to reroute inside your way. It's going to take a long time, but we'll see. And
One
let's
quick thing before we move on, there's one story I want to tell about this opening. If you go back to the position when white plays h3, just a small quick tidbit from my childhood, because I used to play the Spanish as white. This used to be my main opening. And there was a time where I learned h3 and I thought it completely stops the Marshall Gambit. And this was several years ago, probably back when I was rated around 1800 to 2000. And I was playing against Grandmaster Alexander Onyshuk
mhm.
in a simul. And as white, I got a losing position within about four more moves. And just to show how white can completely crumble quickly here, if you put on bishop b7, and then instead of d3 here, I played pawn c3. And
Ah,
my naive self thought, okay, I played h3, I've stopped the Marshall, everything is fine. Anishuk played pawn d5, going for a Marshall. And this is actually a good version of the Marshall for black because after
mhm.
takes, I took the pawn on e5. We got to this position, rook takes e5, and now it's black to move, play the completely winning move. And it was just a cold shower for me that after black's
This
next
one, yeah.
move, then white is completely losing. The move is knight f4. And the problem for white is g2 is attacked, and d3 is just such a bad hole in the position. So of course we're not seeing this play out in the candidates, but it's a useful line for anyone learning the Spanish from either color, especially if you're learning the Marshall, that there's some very dangerous venom that black can only share if white's not careful.
Yes, this was the case too when I was playing some junior tournaments when I was like, I don't know, 13, 12 years old. Because many moves in the Spanish opening that can be, um, you know, the order of moves can be confusing for those who don't really understand the essence of the meaning of every move. So I used to play Marshall as well as black, and then I often got this situation where I was just, yes, my opponent play h3 c3, I just go d5 and so on, because my opponent would think that this is like the normal Marshall, but no, it's not. The bishop on b7 is a really great inclusion. As you said, this is a better version of Marshall for black, and then yes, this is it. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Eric, because I wouldn't have remembered the case of this position for myself as well. And then I think it is very well appreciated by the chat as well. Anyway,
Yeah, sometimes these games bring back suppressed memories from my childhood. It's part of having played chess for a few decades.
we have a development, actually just one development of this game, because we saw this position and then we are waiting to see Anna to make the next move. And indeed, she played this knight e4, just trying to close this diagonal. This is such a good bishop on b7, and possibly offering some simplification, because I think I have a feeling that she's not expecting this from Lagno. That's one reason. The second reason is when you are when you feel that your opponent is more well prepared than you, I think you have to resort to another alternative, playing for simplification and not really risking too much. Because obviously, when your opponent has a better preparation, they are more experienced in that particular lines or variation than you, and you're just going to go, I mean, you're just going to play against computer, not against your opponent. So that is why I think it is a very clever approach by Anna to also play knight c3. As you said, it's been only played by 2% of all the games. It's very rare, and maybe it might potentially throw the preparation off of Katrina. So, and we saw, actually, I'm wondering, after knight c3, what is the best reaction for black in this position? Is it taking on c3 like Lagno did, or something else?
I don't actually know. Yeah, there's so few games in the database that it's kind of hard to say. And of course, we're not using engines at all, so that's kind of the beautiful part is sometimes there's situations like this where there might be a few acceptable options, but yeah, as we saw, I'll just check the database again real quick. Looks like after knight c3, yeah, the only move that has been played is knight takes c3. Like there's no
Mm-hmm.
other attractive option for black, probably because you don't want to be retreating the knight in this position. And it's worth damaging white structure on the queen side.
Right. So bishop s6 was played, I think just trying to protect e5, knight here, and knight e4. And Lagno decided to keep the pair of bishop by playing bishop e7. It's gonna be a quite interesting strategical game, I would say. I don't see any tactics yet, except from the gambit earlier on, but we'll keep an eye on this, and let's see to the tournament leader. Koneru Hambe versus Tan Zongi, and as we know, Tan has scored perfect score, 2 out of 2, and Koneru for the first 2 games, I feel like she's been playing very solidly. You know, she's not forcing matters. She's happy with half a point from every game. So let's take a look at this one since Tanzongi is the leader of the women's section. Let's see d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, g3. What do you call
Yeah,
it?
this is a very
Neo-Catalan?
trendy move order. Yeah, it's kind of the new way of playing the Catalan where it deprives black of certain options because white doesn't commit to c4 early. And as far as I know, this is one of the main lines
Mm-hmm.
for black is to try and take over the center from early on. It kind of resembles a reverse Grunfeld where it's white the one targeting black center. And it seems like both players were pretty well prepared here. Early queen trade. Of course, it's not every day that black gets two pawns in the center like this, controlling so much space. But it can be a double-edged sword because the pawns, even though they control space, they can also be weak. And the current position that we have is still within theory. There's been a good number of Grandmaster games played from this
Mm-hmm.
position, most notably Spidler against Vallejo Pons, Matlakov against Jacobian, Vincent Keimer against Huschenbeth. And I am a little bit sorry to say that there's a very high draw percentage from this
Mm-hmm.
position. Over 70% of the games that have reached this point have ended in a draw. So maybe that's what will happen today, but we'll have to see.
Well, it's a
And
bit tricky right now. The statistics might say differently, but on the chessboard right now, if you take a look at the time situation, after Tanzongi played bishop c5, Koneru has been spending more than 20 minutes on her next move, maybe pondering whether d5 is takeable or not, because I think we can also try to figure this out. Let's take this one, and let's say you take twice, yeah, just for the sake of the analysis, just take twice, something like these, and white has an extra pawn, that's for sure, but black has all the development. So if you were white here, where are you going to go with the rook? Or are you going to play
Yeah, it's a good
e4?
question. I mean, there is pawn e4, which would probably be my first choice, but then I'm realizing
Bishop
maybe
d4.
f5 could be annoying.
Or bishop d4, actually. f5 is also annoying. Yes, yes. Both moves are pretty good. So probably you have to move your rook away, possibly to the back rank like this. And since black is ahead in development, what do you think black will do? I would assume it's something like rook b8, just trying to tie the bishop down, not to develop anywhere. But even if the bishop is out, only bishop d2. Well, it looks like a most common move.
Yeah, it definitely feels like black has some compensation, just given the fact that white's bishop is undeveloped for the time being, very passive.
I think bishop b6,
Oh, bishop b6.
just a simple
Ah,
bishop
preparing rook
d6.
c2.
Yeah, you just tie down the second rank with the rook like this, and maybe if needed be, you can double the rook on the c file. And black is enjoying a very pleasant play, even though currently black is down a pawn. But it's just a matter of time until black get the pawn back, and in addition to that, black will have like a better position in the endgame. So no wonder that Conrado is trying to figure things out, because as you mentioned, black has two good central pawns, and if you don't take it, it's gonna be a nightmare anytime soon. But if you take it, then you have to be ready for possibly a worsened endgame, but maybe it's still defendable. So it's I can understand. It's a very hard decision for Cornero to make in this point.
So I can say that according to the database, there's really just two main moves here for
Mm,
white. Most played move is not knight takes d5, it's actually knight a4.
knight a4.
Rather than winning the pawn,
Uh-huh.
trying to snag the bishop pair, and yeah, it seems kind of weird just moving away from the center, relieving some pressure against the d5 pawn, but it does seize initiative in a way. And the point is after, let's say the bishop moves back to e7, then white can continue development with bishop to g5. And there's still a lot of pressure against the d5 pawn, where now white is having ideas of taking on f6 and then taking on d5. So yeah, there's cases in chess where even if you can win material right away, sometimes you just want to be patient, and rather than capturing you,
Mhm.
you improve your pieces first and then capture later when your pieces are actually fully optimized. With all of that said, knight takes d5 is also a completely playable move. It's been played about 20 times before, but it does lead to very high draw percentage.
Right. Okay. But it seems Canary has to work it out on the board and decide it for
Definitely.
herself. And let's take a look also at the one game that we haven't touched before. That's between Faishali versus Salimova. And looks like it's a good old Petrov. Let's take a look
Yeah, it
from the
looks like
beginning.
another opening that is just coming out. I mean, it seems like maybe players are just coming out of the theoretical stage.
Oh,
Uh,
she played.
I would have loved to see the Stafford Gambit, but yeah, you can't
Ye-
fool me with that one.
Yeah, if you were being a second to any of these players, maybe you would have recommended Stafford Gambit to them, right?
Probably not for the candidates. Maybe if the portion if there was like a bullet playoff, then maybe the Stafford could be viable. But yeah, I don't think we'll ever see this at an event like the candidates, unfortunately.
Well, you never know. You never know. It's still too early to call that. We still have many rounds to go. Okay, but anyway, let's focus on the game. So after knight e5, d6, knight after back, knight takes e4, knight c3. Yes, this is the main line Petrov, and knight d7, castle, knight f6, bishop d4, bishop d7. I know. Before you pull out your statistics or your master database, that a high percentage of the games in this variation or in this position will end up with a draw. But I will have some sort of a hope that since they castled in the opposite wings, these can potentially be some fireworks coming up soon. So because we know that in this type of Petrov, you want to attack on the king side, but also black will try to defend actively from the queen side. So I believe this game is going to be very interesting. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I think it has the potential to be very, very sharp with opposite side castling, but both players are still like kind of taking their time in the opening. It seems pretty clear that Salimova is out of specific prep, having spent almost 30 minutes off her clock to reach this
Mm-hmm.
position. Now Vaishali taking her time as well. But yeah, I mean, if White can perhaps get the bishop to d3 and start storming the kingside pawns, we can definitely see fireworks. But it's definitely a game that we'll have to circle back to later once the fireworks are actually taking place.
Yeah. Well, speaking of fireworks, well, this is actually, how to say, this is already my birthday in Indonesia.
Oh
So
yeah,
there
happy
you go.
birthday. Yeah, I know it's April 6th for me, but yeah, big happy birthday to you. I wonder if you can have any fireworks at any point. But
Well, my fireworks should be celebrated on the board. So I hope today they're going to do all the fireworks for me.
of
And
course.
maybe I will have second birthday tomorrow because tomorrow I'm going to also commentate on the fourth round. So two birthdays for me during the candidates. Speaking of birthdays, I I'm not sure if any of the players here have their birthdays during the event because as far as I can remember, if you play a tournament game during your birthday, it's really hard because you're becoming quite emotional. This is your birthday. And then when you start playing the chess game, you were like, oh, what if I lose and I will ruin my mood for the whole day? Which happened to me a few times because, yeah, my birthday is in spring and there are so many good tournaments during spring. And this is why, yeah, sometimes I'm a bit torn if I want to participate in a tournament that very close or during my birthday or not. Have you ever experienced something like that before, like playing a tournament game during your birthday?
Yeah, so when I was younger, I used to play the Illinois Open every year. This was kind of the state championship. I grew up in the Chicago area, and the Illinois Open would a lot of the years fall on my birthday. And there was one year where I played a game. It started on September 2nd. My birthday is September 3rd. I think the game started at like 6 p.m. And it was an over 6 hour game. So it lasted like by the time the game finished, it was already my birthday, and that was the way I was celebrating. I think the game ended in a draw, but thankfully I didn't lose. It was one of the longest games I've ever played. So yeah, I mean these days I think I'd prefer to not be playing in a stressful competition on my birthday.
Yeah, but some of the players actually the birthdays don't affect them at all, but some do, some don't. Some actually feel more of like a more motivated to even win the game to celebrate it, with himself or with herself. So it's yeah, it's a mixed feeling. So for those in the chat who confused, like my birthday is April 7th, but again, it is a huge time difference to Indonesia. Indonesia, it is already April 7th, but in Canada, we are still on April 6th. So tomorrow, when I come back to the daily broadcast of the candidate, I will celebrate my second birthday, having my 7th of April Canadian time. Okay, enough of birthdays. I'm getting older. So, but thank you for the wishes in the chat. Let's circle back to the game between Vidit and Praggnanandhaa. It's becoming more, ooh,
I think the real fireworks for today. Yeah.
yeah. So we
So
saw
the
we saw the position up to knight a5 when Prague is trying to get the bishop on b3, and Vidit took d4 pawn, bishop b7, knight takes f5, knight takes b3. Oh, it's so dangerous. It looks so dangerous. AB and then d6. What is going on?
Yeah, this is really difficult to assess. I mean, visually it looks really pleasant for white, just given that Praggnanandhaa is currently, or sorry, Vidit is currently up a pawn
Mm-hmm.
and should have the more active position too. It seems like Black's king is really exposed. Um, and Prague has already used a bit of time too, so I wonder if he spent that time trying to remember his preparation or if he's already out of his preparation. But yeah, according to the master's database, actually, I don't have the master's database open for this game.
I have a cheat
So,
sheet here, and then it
yeah.
says, well, the choice of Praggnanandhaa playing this opening bishop b5 a6 and then bishop a4 f5. It is quite rare indeed, but interestingly, a St. Louis based GM from Greece, Nicolas Theodorou, he has played this position for 29 times on Lichess. So,
Oh,
and then we know that he's a very strong grandmaster that's recruited by the St. Louis University, I would say, or Mizu.
he's a student of St. Louis
St.
University.
Louis
I actually played
University.
him a few days ago at a local tournament,
How did it go?
but we did not go into this exact opening. I played the London against him, and we had a very quick draw. So yeah, but he's a very creative player in especially in the opening.
Hmm.
And yeah, I wonder like if he's played this so many times online, he's probably one of the world's leading specialists. So I can't imagine there's too many other strong players who actually play this on a consistent basis.
Yeah, yeah. I think this type of opening has only come like once a time because I don't think you can make it as your main repertoire, right? Because things will be quite explored, and then this gives like a lot of nuances that white can just stay safe all the time. So it is not very tempting for black to make this as the main approach for black. So we are just going to fast forward to the current position right now after d6. Vidit is currently thinking. Surprisingly, look at Praggnanandhaa's time situation, 1 hour and 46 minutes. So he only spent 14 minutes to reach this position, which looks very dangerous to me. Of course, he has all the preparation behind him, and he just has to remember that during the game, and looks really good. Like, what will be your move in this position if you're white, Eric?
So I guess the first thing I'm trying to wrap my mind around is why Black didn't take on G2. And we should probably just show this for the viewers. This should be a pretty simple tactical sequence.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of pawn d6,
Okay.
if Black
Oops.
had taken on g2, it does look like a free pawn. The problem with playing such a move is Black is losing a lot of time. I imagine after rook to g1, let's say the bishop just goes back to b7, White now has a rook in play. G7 is hanging, but even stronger is probably Queen H5 here.
Ooh,
And this
finally I
would be
got this
one
move.
way for maybe an amateur player to lose very quickly. Yeah, rook takes G6. And after H takes G6, you don't take the rook, you checkmate with Queen takes G6. So that G2 pawn almost certainly poisonous in the prior position. And yeah, we saw Prague play pawn to D6, which, yeah, I guess is an attempt to get rid of this pawn in e5, which would allow Black to try and complete development. And now, for the time being, Queen h5 doesn't work because g6 is effective. It would effectively fork the queen and knight, and there's no rook takes g6. So
Yep.
it's a very common theme at like beginner chess. You always have to watch out for these Queen h5 moves. Sometimes they're very strong, other times they don't work at all. So here it's a question, how does White deal with this tension between the e5 and d6 pawns? And yeah, it seemed like a position where White does have a few choices. Like
Yep.
one move that kind of sticks out to me is Queen e2, simply reinforcing the pawn, aligning with Black's king, and then putting the ball back in Black's court because now white is threatening to take on d6 with discover check. And it doesn't seem great for black to take on e5 here. Like d takes e5, queen takes e5, and then the queen and knight are working really, really nicely together. White's going to have very fluid development, and this looks like it would be a disaster scenario for black.
So I think this d6 is such a um provoking move, maybe. I don't know. Because after queen e2, let's say, I think it's best for black to stop anything on the e file by playing d5. Otherwise, I don't know whether this is a better move or not. If you play d5 immediately, maybe taking this.
Yeah, I just don't see quite where black's compensation is for being down a pawn. Like even if you don't take on d6, but let's imagine d5, still queen e2, and black seems very restricted. And yeah, d5 would maybe try and lessen the pressure on the e file,
Mm-hmm.
but at the same time, it blocks the bishop on b7.
Yeah.
And it seems like d6 was played in an effort to open the position, especially because black has a bishop pair. But I guess from white's perspective, white wants to optimize the pieces as quickly as possible. So if the position opens, black's king will be a clear target.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, queen e2 would be my choice. I mean, it seems very natural and yeah, I'm very much struggling to see where black's compensation is.
Um, I'm a huge supporter of castle early in the opening because it
Mhm.
gives me time to play with my rook on h1 or on a1 depending where my castle is. So I was thinking to castle here, giving up my pawn, but then I don't want to trade my queen because I think trading the queens in this stage of the game, it will only give black some comfortable play because black doesn't have anything to worry about the king anymore. So I would steal your move, Eric, by playing queen e2 here. And how are we going to defend e5? Bishop d6, there is knight g7.
Yeah, that does look a bit uncomfortable, actually. Um, I'm looking at
d5.
queen f6, perhaps. Queen
Queen
d5 also.
d5 threatening mate in one.
Yeah, nice to defend and attack in a single move.
Yeah, yeah, why not? So maybe, I don't know, knight e3. I just want to attack your queen and defending my g2 pawn.
I feel like if white plays 93, it's probably a success for black because
Mm-hmm.
now okay, the queen will find a square, maybe queen e6, and the knight is blocking its
Mm-hmm.
own bishop and queen. And it
So
seems like black
maybe
has
f4.
consolidated. Oh, f4, okay. Some fireworks. I'm actually really curious, like the strategy going forward in such positions for black, if maybe Prague wants to castle queenside sooner rather than later,
And knight
just
c3.
getting the king off the center. Knight c3, queen c6.
Okay.
We could also throw in bishop c5 check.
Bishop c5, I can simply move away, right?
That's true. Yeah, maybe we don't want to leave g7 hanging, or maybe we do.
Or I can force you to exchange the bishop because I don't need that bishop on c1. I can exchange it.
That's very true. Yeah, yeah, it can get kind of concrete in these lines
Mm-hmm.
where and this all stems from like castling early, allowing black to take back on e5. So, I mean, I guess one of the main points is like there's cases where black can just abandon the e5 pawn, let's say queen c6, and then still try and get some eventual attack on the king side. Although this line might not be the best example of that.
Yeah, maybe in this position I can just take on this pawn, yeah? Just like this.
Yeah, seems like something went wrong there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I mean, the variation itself offers so many complications, both for white and black. But like what I said before, it looks like it's always safer to play as white. Maybe my choice of moves are not the best anyway, but even if we see this position, I think white can go by with those moves. But maybe there's something better than castle. Uh, do you consider e6 in this position? Maybe not, because it will just give away all the. It doesn't look great, I guess, or maybe.
So E6, yeah, before you mentioned it, it was not a move that initially came to mind. But it seems like it has to be at least a consideration
Hmm.
because the pawn's not attacked and it's just in the face of the black king.
But queen
The drawback, of
f6.
course, is yeah, with a pawn no longer on e5, the f6 square is available for black,
Yeah, and maybe
and
now
queen
followed
f6
by long
looks
castle. Yeah, and then black
right.
says okay. Phew. Okay, so not e6 then.
Yeah, I think like between castling or queen e2, these seem
Queen
like
e2.
the candidate moves.
He played your move, Eric. Queen e2. Vidit already played
Okay,
this.
that's nice to see. Okay, sometimes like it's very satisfying when you're watching these games, and especially when you're watching without the engine, um, if you can predict the player's moves, it brings some sense of joy that you don't quite get otherwise. Hard to do every single move though, but
Right? Well, this is going to be very, very interesting. I'm just curious on how well prepared Praggnanandhaa is on this position because he's so brave. And I don't know maybe, whether the loss that he suffered yesterday affected his opening choice on this round. Because what is your approach, Eric? I just want to know. Like after you lost a game and then you have to play the next game, are you going to approach the game as the same manner as you did on the previous games, or you feel like okay, I need to be more active, I need to be more aggressive on this game, I need to bounce back and try to win my game? So which kind of a chess player are you?
yeah, it can sometimes depend on the situation, but I think regardless of how the game unfolds, like it's very important to reflect after every single game, win, lose, or draw, and then kind of keep the same routine and rhythms. But recently, when I've been playing more competitive over the board classical tournaments, my re routine has actually been after every game I play, I go to my hotel room and I record a recap. And it can be tougher for the games I lose because of course there's kind of the moment of pain and regret. Maybe it was a blunder, maybe I got outplayed. But just having that routine of recording kind of my thoughts about the game, being able to reflect and see where the mistakes were, it just allows me to clear my mind and come back fresh for the next game. And that's kind of an important skill within itself is being able to cope with losses and not get too tilted and being able to kind of stay calm and handle your emotions. Now I do want to note I think the one player out of all the candidates who's doing recaps for this event is Hikaru.
Yeah.
And it's super impressive that like after he's finishing his games, even after yesterday's loss, he goes to his room and records a recap for YouTube. And yeah, in some sense, it's kind of like therapy that you just kind of get your thoughts, you reflect, and you move on.
Yeah, yeah. So, well, I agree because you cannot have the same approach whenever you lost, right? It would be depending on the tournament situation as well. It would be depending on many other things, because chess players, we're not only what we are on the board, but there are still so many things that influence us, other external factors that might affect our performance too. So, yeah, and then this is the task for well, if you are top players, like the players in the candidates right now, you have every single person who's doing the job. You have the broiler person, the one who's brewing all this analysis and present it to you. You also have, I know, Vidit brings her mom, who is or sorry, bring his mother or his sister, who is a physio. So you see, like there's so many other people who is complementing your team, and not necessarily a strong grandmaster to help your chess, but also other things. And we also know our world champion Ding Liren, often accompanied by his mother, yeah, because his mother gives a huge emotional support, especially these days when we know that he's not in his best shape, but he's looking forward for the World Championship match. He said he's gonna take it one tournament after another because it's still too early to predict what's gonna happen in the coming months or year during the World Championship match. So yeah, I'm just going to learn of all these psychological aspects, not necessarily about the chess preparation because it's there for us to see because it's already been provided, and thanks to Lichess, yeah, we have all these broadcasts and so on. But to also learn about their personal lives, how they approach every single tournament, how they prepare not only about the chess games but also mentally. It's incredible. They are so professional, and yeah, and thanks to them, we have very high quality chess games.
Yeah, definitely. I want to just switch over to the game between Humpy and Tan because there's been some big developments, and I think this might be the first game to end of the round. If we just go back to where we last left before this pawn on d5 was captured,
So it
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 looks
indeed
like,
happened to what I predicted then. So take twice
yeah,
and king
all the trades
e6,
on
rook
d5.
d1. Oh, rook d8. So instead of playing bishop b6 like what we expected, just rook d8 takes, bishop goes, and then f6 and rook c1. This continuation has been super concrete, otherwise white might be in trouble. So bishop b6 was played, bishop retreated to e3, the only good square to go. Takes, and rook d2, king f2, takes on b2. White gave a check first, king moves forward, rook a6, rook b7, and corner is still thinking.
It's incredible that Tan still has more time than she started with. So
That's true.
building up her clock with the increment, and yeah, she won back her pawn. I mean, she has maybe the slightly preferable side of this ending with just better structure on the king side, but imagine this position is probably going to end in a draw uh, relatively soon. Can't imagine either side being able to play for much of an edge here.
Right, but okay, so try to evaluate this position, yeah? Let's see. So materially speaking, it's equal. Um, Here, White House, okay, the double pawn, the e file, which might be a problem, but as a compensation, White has a better rook, which is very important in the rook endgame. The rook on a6 stands, I would say, better than the rook on b7 because the rook on a6 possesses some attacking nuances to a7, and the rook on b7 has to protect it all the time. But at the same time, if you keep the rook just on this square or on this line, it doesn't really make any big improvement to White's position. So, like what you said, we might see the first result of today's round on this game.
Yeah, so maybe we can switch to some some games that have some more fireworks to them. Um, I don't know if you want to just show the multi-board view and then we can pick a game that piques our interest.
There you go. I
Yeah,
have
we
the
have
multi-board view of the open section. Every game looks interesting in their own rights. We know that the FIDE Praggnanandhaa game is quite interesting because of the opening choice. There's some development in the game between Alireza versus Fabiano, and things looking quite peaceful in the game between Abasov versus Nakamura. And the same goes on the game between Gukash versus Ian Nepomniachtchi. Let's quickly take a look on the women's section on the multiboard view before we take our first break. And in the women's section, we are currently analyzing and looking at the game between Conor Hampe versus Tan Zhongyi, and Tan didn't spend much time. She even added more time to her clock by playing 26 moves without any thinking, I would say. And on the game between Anna Muzychuk versus Katrina Lagno, it was a very interesting, a potential martial gambit, but Anna deflected, and now it has become quite a strategical rule of best position. And in the game between Li Tingjie and Alexander Goryachkina, started out as Ivan's gambit, and now it looks like both sides are in control, and they're still in the transition period from the opening to the middle game. And the first timers of the women's candidates, Faishali and Salimova. Oh, Faishali just played h4 and initiating an attack on the king side. This is Eric. I mean, again, they will be very interesting in their own rights. The tactical game or the tactical opening between Vidit and Praggnanandhaa, and I actually want to keep an eye on the game between Gukash versus Nepomniachtchi because it offers so many strategical views that we have to understand, you know. It's not only like to calculate or anything, but to really have the best strategy for all the pieces because the queens are already off the board. So we would not be able to see any fiery tactics involving the checkmate attacks or something like that. But well, let's take a quick break and then we're going to be commentating and analyzing all the games from the candidates, both open and women's sections. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after a few minutes. Hello, welcome back, guys. Yes, I hope the music doesn't make you fall asleep because it's so chilling. But we have some fireworks on the board, not on this game though, because we expect this game, Conor Humphrey versus Tan Songi, the one that we last commented before, it was quite peaceful. But let's take a look. We haven't updated ourselves on the game between Alireza versus Fabiano Caruana. Let's take a look at that. Okay.
Yeah, we saw the opening from earlier, kind of a rare line within the Roslimo. If we just go back to the moment, yeah, after knight c3, knight d4, and then pawn e5, I'd mentioned that after the trade of knights on b5, knight to d5, there's this very exciting move white can play in this position, knight to g5, which Fabiano used to defeat Magnus Carlsen a few years ago. But Firouzja did not play this move. Instead, he played this move c4, attacking the knight, and then play unfolded from here. Looks like there was some liquidation in the center after d5 en passant. He takes d6, and then pawn to d4, bishop e7, castle, castle. Bishop f4 brings us to the current position where, I mean, I think the first thing to note is not exactly on the board, but off the board is the clock times. Fabiano, very much like Tan Zhangyi, has more time than he started with.
Well, sorry
Uh,
to interrupt, Eric, but we have different time control between the open
oh,
section
yeah,
and
that's
women's
true. That's
section.
true.
Yeah, let me
It's not the
remind
30-second increment.
you and also the chat. In the open section, the players will play with 120 minutes for 40 moves, and they will have an extra 30 minutes starting from move number 41 and along with 30-second increments per move. And in the women's section, they play 90 minutes for 40 moves and they will have an extra 30 minutes on move 41, but they will have this increment of 30 seconds starting from move number 1. So they have,
My apologies.
you're forgiven.
So
Okay.
Fabiano has used about half hour off his clock then, because he started with what? An hour, or he started with 2 hours, basically.
So it's like
So,
one hour and 40 minutes.
mhm.
Sorry, not 1 hour 40 minutes. No. See, you make me confused too.
Sorry. It's 2 hours though, right?
It's 2 hours. It's 2 hours.
2 hours. Yeah,
So yeah, yeah,
120 minutes.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sometimes hard to keep track of the different times across both sections, but we can see Firouzja very clearly has just over an hour on his clock, hour and 2 minutes and 57 seconds. But it's Fabiano taking his time in this position. Bishop f4 has just been played. I do have the Masters database open. There's been no games played at master level. I've also have the Lichess database open. There have been only 5 games that have reached this position on Lichess, and White has won 4 out of 5 of them. And it does look like a more pleasant position for White, just more space in the center with the
Mm-hmm.
pawns on c4 and d4, a bit more active development. Black does seem a little bit passive, especially this pawn on d6 is backwards, potentially a weakness, and also a bit underdeveloped as well. So even though Fabiano has more time here, it does seem like Firouzja has a more comfortable position.
Yes, but I think there's also another strategy, right? That when you realize that you are not in a better position or situation than your opponent, you have to compensate that with the time situation. So I think that is what Fabiano is currently thinking. I mean, there are just limited choices that black can play in this position. You just have to develop your pieces, but still, white will stand better. And because of that, Fabiano is just trying to play a bit faster, yeah, and have a significant time difference to Alireza.
So should we play guess the move here? Like, let's try and anticipate Fabiano's next move. Because yeah, obviously White is a bit more developed. The first thing that comes to my mind is Bishop G4, just
Mm-hmm.
develop the only undeveloped minor piece, pin the knight on F3, maybe pressure D4 a bit, looks very natural. Knight e6 also comes to mind as a tempo move, but maybe is a bit less attractive as it does block the bishop on c8. So, any thoughts, Irene? What would you do as
Well,
black
pick
here?
one so we can also invite the chat to also guess the move, right? What is your move,
Yeah,
Aaron?
I would go with bishop g4,
Bishop
first
g4 looks
impression.
very sensible, yes. But I like that bishop so much because, um, well, black is not better in this position, so I'd like to keep that bishop on my camp. So possibly in this position, I'd like to play some sort of like a gambit. Again, we are
Mm,
commentators. It's fine to just sacrifice anything that we want, right? So I would play b5.
b5.
Mm-hmm.
If Fabiano plays b5, then yeah, you deserve some amount of money for predicting that. But I can't imagine that's happening in this position.
Well, again, I have to come up with something that's way too exciting to be true, right? I agree. Bishop g4 would have been my first choice as well if this was my tournament game. But luckily, I'm here as a commentator. So, but the idea of b5 is very interesting too. Like if you see so many Benko, Blumenfeld, Gambit too, this is the idea. Especially in this position, White doesn't have a light square bishop. So you can play in the light square as long as you want. So on the contrary to what you played with bishop g4, I'd like to employ this bishop to its best. So let me just put it on the board. This is just pure instinct of mine. So how are you going to play in this position? Are you going to take
C takes b5, free pawn.
c takes
When
b5?
when
Okay,
life gives you free food, you eat it.
sure. Okay, then I will play. I'm so tempted to play a6, but okay, let's play bishop b7.
And then pawn d5. Want
Pawn
to clamp
d5.
down on the center.
Ooh, my knight is kind of cramped at this point, right? Okay, then I'll play a6.
Okay, I want to play b6 to try and trap your knight, but I see you have knight b5.
Mm-hmm.
So and then I see what you mean. This could actually transpose into some Banco type position. Like I'd probably have to take on
a6?
a6 with the pawn.
Yes, and I have like pretty good choices here. For example, I mean, I don't think it is bad to take it with the rook. I don't think it is bad to take it with the bishop or the knight. I just don't know which one to choose. It's a bit different though. If your pawn was already on a4, I would take this pawn with the knight right away because I can have a very good outpost on b4. But now your pawn is still on a2. Tricky, tricky. I might take it with the rook anyway.
And we're getting kind of a Banco style position. Yeah, maybe Black has some compensation here with the half open A and B files. Uh, I still defend my choice of bishop g4 as
Okay.
the more sane move to play in the position.
Okay, I'm just looking at the chats if anyone suggests a completely different candidate move. Um, Not yet. I don't see anything yet, but yes, let's wait on this decision by Fabiano and take a look at other games. I'd like to come back to Vidit versus Praggnanandhaa, please, because we see just a few moves on the board after Queen e2, and here Praggnanandhaa replied with Queen d7.
Which is very surprising, as it
Very
seems like he's just
surprising.
asking for the pawn to
To be
land on the
taken.
c6 square.
Yeah. So what happened if we take on this one? So the king will have to move. Let's say move
Oh,
to
that's
king
also true.
f7. And it's a
I
tricky
was going to
one.
say pawn e6, but yeah,
Oh.
pawn takes with check also is is a playable move.
Yeah, but now the situation is tricky because now black is attacking this guy and also preparing this rook to come to the center. Rook e8 is very nice too. So maybe for that reason, Vidit didn't take on d6 and instead he went with e6 and closing the e file like that.
Which
And
also looks really attractive
of
for white. Like
course,
the pawn is supported by the queen, and white is now controlling d7, e7, and f7. So the queen can't really stay close to its own king. The only safe square to move forward is queen c6,
mhm.
which was played. Now, the benefit of this move for black is it creates a battery with the bishop. White obviously can't castle here. That would be the worst move in the position. And now it's a question, can white make use of this pawn on e6? Like, I really want to play some combination of e7 and bishop g5, but I'm not actually sure if it works concretely because e7 right away, it's just not supported enough. And bishop g5 right away would walk into queen takes g2. So I wonder if white start with maybe a slower move like pawn f3, just neutralize the diagonal and then prepare to either play bishop g5 next or castle. Of course, it gives time for black to castle queenside. And yeah, this pawn on e6, it's a very, very tricky thing to evaluate because on one
Mhm.
hand, it looks like a very strong asset for white in the position, but it can also just be a weakness. It's very much overextended into black's territory. And if black simply gets a rook to e8 and gets one more attacker, then the pawn can fall and then black can be okay. So I think the next few moves will be very telling to see if white can make use of this pawn in e6.
Well, that's true. Um, wow, this is going to be, yeah, e6. I mean, I'm sure Fidit has something in mind for playing e6 because my natural reaction would have been taking on d6 because, well, I just like to grab a pawn, right? But then maybe there's no nice follow-up after it takes d6, so that's why e6 was being played. But let's go back to the game between Alireza and Fabiano. Just one, two moves being updated there. And Fabi actually didn't play any of our ideas, maybe for the better reason. He chose to play knight e6, which I terribly missed this in my calculation as well. Knight e6 looks very logical to play. Yeah, you just want to attack the bishop and also the center like this. And Alireza played bishop e3. Um, if I have to play this quickly, I would play bishop f6, but I need to calculate this one.
I mean, to be fair, I did mention knight e6 as a
Oh,
candidate
you
move. It
did.
just seemed
Oh,
like
I'm
bishop
sorry.
g4 was way more natural. Like develop the bishop before you put the knight on e6, because now the knight's blocking the bishop from c8. But yeah, it's probably a concrete calculation where now there's more pressure against d4. But it seems a bit strange that black would want to go into the line where he takes on d4. Like, for
Mhm.
example, let's say c takes d4, knight takes d4, the structure transforms in a way where black is left with an isolated pawn on d6. So yeah, I'm curious here if Fabiano is going to capture on d4 or maybe just try and increase the pressure with a move like bishop f6 and then provoke white to either push or take, kind of posing the question what to do with the d4 pawn.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards taking on d4 because if you want to switch this position into a Benoni type of structure, right? You would have play bishop f6 followed by g6, and then you put the bishop over there. But I don't think you have time to do that. For example, after bishop f6, what happened after d5? You might have
It
to,
looks ugly.
yeah, you might have to go back to c7, which I don't think this was Fabiano's intention by playing knight e6 beforehand. So you simply don't have enough time to switch it to the Benoni structure. And I think the other logical idea to play in this position is just to take on d4. But
Yeah,
yes,
so this is what I was curious about. Like if c takes d4 and knight takes d4, then black has this d6 pawn as a very much long-term liability. Of course, black does have the bishop pair, but it seems very pleasant for white to eventually play the move like queen d2, put a rook on d1, and just have this long-term pressure against the pawn on d6.
so probably if this happens, like takes, bishop here, I know this is going to be quite a weakness, but it's going to be really hard to attack on d6 because white has this compensation with a pair of bishops that can possess some potential threats to white's pieces.
So
So
can white play b3
b3,
here?
yeah, and I'll just play some. Hang on. Can I play
Maybe
d5
you
here?
want to try and play d5. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm kind
why
of wondering
not,
about
right?
that.
But the thing about d5 is I'm a bit worried of this one. After takes, and you have queen g4. And white
I was also
stands.
thinking about bishop takes g7.
Oh, that is awesome. Yeah. But this one also looks very nice for white because you have to take care of this. And then how do you do that? Like f6, g6, whichever you do, I'll put my rook over here, and then I have a quite a plan with my discovery attack there. That looks quite nice for white. So yeah, it's a bit hard to judge what is the best
I
move
guess
in
the
this
main
one.
point is if black can't play d5 to trade off the d pawn, then if white can kind of get the structure, consolidate the queenside pawns, and then look to play even like, okay, queen d2, rook a d1, bishop e3. Feel free to draw arrows
Okay,
just to
sorry.
label
So
these moves, but
yeah, so after b3, what were you suggesting?
yeah, I mean, just a general setup with bishop e3, queen d2, rook a d1, eventually put a knight on d5. It just doesn't seem like black's bishop pair
Mm-hmm.
is going to be that dangerous in the position. And then maybe at some point white can put the bishop on f4 and then have up to three, maybe even four attackers eventually against the pawn on d6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, half Mark C structure, as we call it, maybe having the pawn on c4, controlling the center, but you don't have the pawn on e4. But this looks pretty good enough for white. Yes, so we'll see. We'll see what Fabiano decides on this position, and he's been taking more than 10 minutes for the coming up moves. So I want to update ourselves on the game between Conor Humphrey versus Tan Zhongyi, and they went on as predicted. So this is the first game to finish in the round number 3. So we saw the position after rook a4. Tan played h5 quickly, king f3, rook c7, h3, rook d7. Obviously, when you see it on the board, it's like a silent draw offer. And Conero responded accordingly, rook a5, rook c7, and then they repeated a few moves and agreed with a draw. Thus, still bring Dan Zongyi to be the leader of the tournament, regardless what happened next. Maybe she's not going to be the clear leader, but at least she's still going to be on the top, I think, based on tie breaks. So yeah, we have our first result of the day, and there are still 7 other games to be played. Which one are you going to look now?
Yeah, I just want to say that's super impressive from Tan to just have blitzed out the whole game and with more time than she started with. Just no problems with the black pieces. I think she's, I mean, based on her game so far this event, even though she doesn't have a perfect score anymore, she's going to be a player to watch from early on. But yeah, let's move on to a different game. Maybe let's go back to the Evans Gambit game because
Okay.
seems like play has developed and it is one of the most thrilling openings of today's games. So, just quick refresher, we did leave off where, I mean, the players were in some known territory after castling.
Yeah, so I
I
remember
yeah.
the other game that you mentioned, Black played b5 in this position, but I think we will see a transposition on this one. So Queen c7 was being played first, followed by b5, Queen c2, so we are on the right track. And castle, rook e1, knight g4, h3, knight e5, and simple development a4, bishop d7, bishop f1, and knight b7. So what's coming from Evans Gambit turned to be quite a strategical gambit in the middle game. I don't know which one I would pick in this position. I'll be happy to play as white just because my attacking nature, my attacking approach in my chess games, but also don't mind defending this position as black because no, I don't have a pawn up. I thought black has an extra pawn, but no.
have to keep in mind that white won back the pawn on
Yes.
e5 pretty early on. And it's a very common way of playing against gambits. Very often, even if you accept the gambit, eventually you give back the material just to be able to consolidate and neutralize your opponent's initiative. And it seems like that's what happened here, where, yeah, material's equal and both sides have pretty playable position. We see knight to d4 was played.
Hmm.
I actually like this move. It seems like a nice improving multi-purpose move. Uh, Maybe there's some idea of putting the knight on f5 and also putting the other knight on f3 so the bishop on c1 has more scope. So yeah, it seems like white has a bit more activity too. Like white has the only center pawn and it's on e4, so white's controlling a bit more space. And meanwhile, black's minor pieces don't look so impressive. Like this knight on
Hmm.
b7, a little bit out of the game. Maybe it will come to c5 soon, try and pressure the position in some way. But even the bishops on d7 and e7 seem like they're still kind of in hibernation for the time being.
Yeah, well,
So,
it's still a lot of pieces on the board. Each of the players only missed the two pawns, but let's keep an eye on this one. I just want to
mhm.
update the game between Nijat Abasov versus Hikaru Nakamura, which also ended with a draw. So we know
Wow.
from earlier on that the game has been going quite peacefully, nothing much on the board. So we didn't really talk much about it, but let's see the like how the game went on. So there was some trading on f4, the bishop trade, castle castle, rook c8, and yeah, they just shuffling the pieces, I would say, and offer another trade, takes, another trade, and they're not waiting until move 30 because usually again, move 40, I mean the 40 move draw rule. If you're looking at this type of position and yeah, there's nothing much going on, you just want to keep everything under control, not letting anything like for this one, yeah, I think we can already tell that this is the silent draw for.
So Hikaru's opening choice in this game, it kind of reminds me of a quote he said, I think it was a few days ago. It was after his game against Fabiano, where he played a very sharp, uh, volatile, dubious opening. And he said something like, if I'm not going to play exciting chess, then I just rather give my spot to Wesley So for the candidates. But this game maybe contradicts that quote because, okay, it was not the most exciting game, just exchanged Slav. Players headed straight to the endgame and drew in very peaceful fashion. But I mean, this will happen at the top level where it's usually up to the white player to try and make the game interesting. And it seems like Abasov just wanted to play something solid
Mm-hmm.
after what happened to him yesterday against Fabiano.
Yes, I think both players are taking a breather here because they suffered a loss yesterday. And well, still many games to go. Many games to go. I think they're also conserving their energy because I have a prediction that in the later stage of the event, especially the last four games of the event, there might be some blunders, coming up on the board because the players are starting to get tired, and maybe some fatigue is coming up, and also depending on the result, it might affect the whole performance by them. So yeah, let's see. It's really important to conserve your energy in the earlier stage of the event so that later you still have energy to even win the game, because there will be many games when you're winning, but you failed on winning it. It happens so many times in important events like this. So,
Uh,
mhm.
one thing, Irene, can we just quickly go back to the Fabiano
Yes.
Ferrugia game? Because it looks like a broadcast error that the knight was on e6. It moved back to c7.
It is a silent draw
So
over, Eric. By now, I think you
so
understand that. So,
right, but it's so strange because the knight came from c7 earlier, and this gave Firouzja the chance to play h3.
yeah, so no more bishop g4 like you predicted. Yeah, but maybe okay, it's worth trying. Also in this position, um black shouldn't go crazy maybe by playing b5 like what I mentioned
Are we going to
earlier.
see B5, your crazy idea? Yeah.
But I mean, also in this position, there are so many positions coming out from openings where tempo doesn't really matter much, right? You can just lose two or three tempos
True.
and or tempi without really changing the nature of the game. So I think Fabiano is trying to show, hey, I'm okay with the draw. What about you? And then Alireza showing his intention, no, I'm declining your silent draw over. I'm gonna play h3. What are you going to do about it? So I mean, also because Alireza is playing with white pieces here, you have some sort of like, when your opponent is offering a draw and then you're playing white and then we are still playing what, 13, 14 moves on the board, it's still a bit too early. I have to be responsible of my color. Like I'm playing white pieces, I have to be a little bit better. And indeed, he's better, but he has to prove it whether it is really better for him to get him enough for the victory or not. So let's see. I don't think next move by Fabi is going to be knight e6 again.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious, like what is coming next from Fabi, because yeah, it seems like there's not uh there's not an obvious move now, that especially there's no bishop g4.
Mhm.
So like, do you think we're gonna see knight e6 or
B5. B5, go for B5.
b5? I'm thinking bishop f5, like just develop that
Hmm.
bishop. It's a nice looking square, I think, and then put the ball back in white's court, leave the tension in the center. But I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, bishop A5 looks very, very sensible. I like that move too. But I'm still in the spirit of playing my Banco position. If not B5, what do you think about rook B8 and preparing for B5? So you're not actually sacrificing any pawn.
Yeah, I imagine I mean, if white commits to pawn d5, then b5 will be a lot more thematic in the position.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it feels a bit strange to kind of go all in on this b5 idea.
Yeah,
But I
well,
guess it's also a question, like, what is white's plan in this position? If black plays a move like rook b8, does nothing, like, is white gonna perhaps keep improving, like queen d2, bring the rooks in? So yeah, it'll be interesting to see going forward.
yep. The development in the Vidit versus Praggnanandhaa is interesting as well, but let's quickly take a look at Faishali versus Salimova. We know
Ooh.
that White will initiate an attack on the king side, and it indeed happened. So we saw the position after Bishop d7, and here Faishali didn't take any wasted time but to play h4, just showing her intention. Hey, I'm going to attack you on the king side. Are you ready for it? And Salimova replied with rook e8, knight g5, and h6. And this is what we call later, if I'm right, pardon my French, but it's gonna be like sous and pre. So you're letting your knight on g5 being under attack by the pawn on h6, but you're not gonna let it go because it's going to open up the h file. And I would predict in this position. Let me give my prediction. Bishop c4. It looks like a very tempting move to make.
Yeah, so in English, or in English language, in terms of chess terminology, we call this a fishing pole trap, where the knight on g5 is basically bait,
Uh-huh.
and we're trying to fish for an attack, essentially. That if black takes the bait, let's say h takes g5, and then h takes g5, there's so much attacking potential with now the open h file for the rook, the pawn on g5 potentially coming to g6. It's a very, very common attacking mechanism, and very often this knight on g5 is just poisonous. That yeah, black should not be taking the bait there. So yeah, it'd be really cool if we see something like this play out. But I mean, both players really have to calculate these lines. First for white, if she actually wants to sacrifice a knight, and then for black, if knight is actually takeable.
Right. Well, yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. Vaishali, just like her brother, Praggnanandhaa, they are natural attackers. Whenever I see Vaishali play, especially when she was much younger, she's just going to attack, attack, and attack without any fear. So we will see. I think I would put my money on Bishop C4 if I were betting, but no, I'm not betting. What do you think, Eric? What is going to be your candidate move in this position?
Yeah, I would definitely lean towards leaving the knight on g5. I'm not sure. Actually, bishop c4 makes like a lot of sense because I guess it comes down to concrete calculation. Like bishop c4, looking at d5
Mm-hmm.
as a move to throw in, and then things can branch out a lot where basically in every variation, white has to check if the knight on g5 can be takeable. Bishop d3 also comes to mind as just a nice developing square for the bishop. And
Oh,
then
while you mentioned Bishop D3, Faishali did
was it
that.
played?
Bishop D3
Okay.
just being played. Nice, Eric.
So somehow I summoned the move. And yeah, it's nice having like the bishops on d3 and d4 aimed straight at the black king side. And yeah, it does not seem like the knight on g5 is takeable. Now, with bishop d3, I don't think white actually has like an immediate threat with the bishop and the knight like targeting h7, but I imagine white's eventual plan is to prepare pawn g4, maybe an idea like f3 and then g4, maybe play rook dg1, and then just try and organize all the pieces to be in prime position to attack on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the eventual idea is to play g4, g5, and
Mm-hmm.
open the g file.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on this. And meanwhile, let's take a look at Faishali's brother, how he is doing right now against Vidit. So let's come back to this game again. So after e6, yes, and
I'm actually
then
very surprised that we see bishop g5 because at first I kind of dismissed this move due to queen takes g2, attacking the rook
but we
and
have
bishop,
knight
both of which are
g3.
undefended.
Yeah.
Ah, knight g3. Okay. That move didn't cross my mind. That's a brilliant way to defend both pieces.
Yeah, it can easily be missed. Yeah. Although I don't know the evaluation of this position, like my natural reaction would be trying to exchange the queens because
Wait, 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 wait,
hmm?
wait. Wait, sorry to cut you off. Instead of knight g3, I think it's force mate.
For spade. Oh, am I missing
Force
something?
mate, right? Look, checks, captures, white to move. Again,
Uh,
we're not using the engine, so we don't have even the eval bar to say force mate, but I'm calculating mate in three for white.
oh, oh, of course, this one. Yeah.
Yeah, before
Uh-huh.
you look for defensive moves, you should
Okay.
look for the attacking
Right,
moves.
right. Wow. Very well spotted, Eric. Wow. This could come down to any puzzle book. Like you put on the title like Feed It versus Praggnanandhaa, and then you have to include the var, yeah, or variation, because this could happen in the game. Yeah, very well spotted. And you're right. It is force mate, right? I don't see any way to get out of this. Knight
I mean, the
g7.
bishop and pawn, the bishop on g5, pawn on e6, they combine so well. Like they already take away most of the squares from the black king, and yeah, it's just over.
Right. Nice.
So it's one of these moments where, like, if I found this idea, I would play bishop g5 and say, "Oh no, my pawn." Someone call an ambulance, but not for me. So of course, Prague did not take the pawn.
Yes, so he didn't take the pawn. So after bishop g5, he anticipated this queen h5 by playing g6.
Mhm.
And now knight e3 is on the board, and Prague is still thinking.
So 93, yeah, makes sense to save the knight and also defend the pawn on g2. And yeah, it's a big question for black, like what to do here with not being able to castle queenside. And yeah, this pawn's still on e6, which is no longer defended because the knight on e3 does obstruct the queen on the e file. But it seems like black has some untangling. Moves that come to mind are either h6 to kick the bishop, maybe bishop e7 to Also challenge the bishop.
Yeah. I like to have my piece over here, so I'll play h4.
That'd be interesting to see h4 across multiple boards this round. But yeah, in this position now, maybe castling queenside. I just want to get the king to a safer place.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's time for me to get this knight out.
Right. Yeah, it just seems easier to play for white. Like the knights actually coordinate very well in the center, and with knights on c3 and e3, then there's the prospect of knight d5 coming,
Mm-hmm.
which would again work very well with this e6 pawn. So I'm not sure here. Like maybe h6 is worth
Worth playing, yeah?
considering. I was going to say h6 earlier instead of
Oh,
bishop
instead of,
e7.
okay, this
Just
position,
try and seize some
h6.
initiative.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I will just pull my bishop here. You cannot play g5 anyway because queen h5.
Yeah, that's a good point. And maybe it's a very similar situation. Like black has to be careful expanding too much on the king side.
Yeah. Yeah, be careful because I think white is trying to provoke black to do exactly these moves. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it is Praggnanandhaa time to have a long thing because he's been blitzing pretty much all the moves. But of course, he takes some longer time to play some of the moves here. But yeah, things are getting maybe already out of his preparation. Now he needs to work this out by his own.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's very possible that they've strayed away from any pre-game opening prep. It's possible Prague has seen positions like this, so maybe he's more familiar with the common ideas in such a weird kind of configuration. But yeah, it's maybe the time of the round where a lot of the players are out of their opening prep and kind of on their own to think what to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see one of the women's games. I'd like to touch base with this game, Anna Muzychuk versus Ano Katrina, because it looks interesting to have a little different nuances. White has the knight, black has a bishop, and what happened if it's gonna go to the major pieces endgame with queen and rooks on the board. So we saw the position up to, bear with me,
Pretty much
bishop
just out of the
e7,
opening.
like in this position. Yeah, we remember that
Right.
after knight e4, Lagno played bishop e7. Anna followed it up by queen h5, attacking e5. Knight takes b3, ab, and f6. Looks like a very calm position, but Anna offered another trade of the bishop by playing bishop a3, takes, and a5. So, if you remember from yesterday's game as well, Lagno had similar structure too, but she was playing with white. She likes her outside pass pawn, and therefore I think a5 was being played in order to create an outside pass pawn by playing a4 later on. So, but unfortunately, yesterday she drew against Conero, although Matthew and I, we agreed that Lagno should have found something more than a draw or a quick draw. Even if it was going to be a draw, at least she had to fight for more, but she didn't. So here f5 is on the board again, a little bit different structure or position, but how good are you with playing with or against outside pass one? Because it's been quite a theme in the women's section.
Yeah, we should note that the pawn is not passed just yet.
Yet,
I mean, maybe
yes.
black wants to eventually play a4, trade the pawns on the a file, and then have the rook supporting the passed pawn. But it seems like white could probably like neutralize with rook e to
Mm-hmm.
a1 if she wants. Maybe not right away, just because. it does leave the knight on e4 for bishop takes e4,
And queen d2.
and then yeah, then the queen can invade. So yeah, it's kind of a question what to do here for white because black does seem very solid, and black also has this constant pressure along the diagonal. So I'm really just still searching for candidate moves for white because yeah, rook ea1 doesn't look too impressive. Um, there is a move that comes to mind, queen f3.
Ooh, as we
But knight
speak, knight
c5 also
c5 is being played.
actually looks very intuitive.
And it looks like white is falling for a tactic, but it's not gonna happen because knight can move back. So I was talking about this bishop here. Let's say you don't see there's knight e6. Let's say that. And then you have this after queen here, at least there's knight goes back like this. So it's
Right. There's
not,
f5 though,
yeah,
so
there's
like
a
maybe it
five.
could still get murky.
That's true. That's true actually. But let me, yeah. But okay, you have a good outpost for the rook on e4 ladder. So I think that's still a little bit better for, okay. I couldn't say that. It's because the king is quite exposed as well. So there might be some compensation for this one. Anyway, after knight c5, Lagno replied with no, but not bishop g2, but
Queen
queen
d5.
d5.
Okay.
So
So similar tactical theme.
so I think it's almost forced to Anna to take on the b7 bishop, and then this offers more simplification. Are they going?
And that's what happened. Yeah, knight
Oh
takes
yeah.
b7, queen takes b7 was played. So minor pieces are officially off the
Mm-hmm.
board. And now we have this major piece endgame, which I mean, my first impression, it should be decently balanced, but there are some differences, especially with the structures of both sides. I mean, white has this very kind of unusual pawn structure with the doubled C pawns, but there's also pawns on the B and D files.
Mm-hmm.
So there's potential for what I like to call a pawn diamond. If white does play C4 at any point, then the pawns form a diamond shape. This would make me a little bit happy to
Yeah.
see, but
Yesterday we almost had a pawn diamond with Matthew in some of variation on the game
well, there
between Praggnanandhaa versus Gukesh, but we have like a bigger pawn diamond having a pawn over here and a pawn over here. So it's like a
right. Did it happened yesterday, right? Like at some point the pawns formed this shape, or no?
there was a pawn on e6, but it was a white pawn, so it's not a
Ah,
black
okay.
pawn, so it was not really a
I
diamond.
see.
There's some intrusion with the white pawn there.
Imposter pawn, yeah.
Imposter pawn, yes. So queen b7 is currently on the board. Let's switch back to which game would you like to look at?
I'm just scanning through here. I mean, maybe we can briefly touch on the Fabiano Farrugia game, just because that this one has confused me a little bit, but looks like the players have uh been playing some more normal moves compared to what we saw earlier.
So the move bishop
And I'm happy
f5.
to have
Yeah,
predicted bishop f5.
yeah. So you can say that you play like Fabiano, Eric. So
Absolutely. Except I didn't find this knight e6 back to c7 idea, unfortunately.
all right. So bishop f5, rook e1, and rook e8, queen d2. Simple, calm development by Perugia. Maybe next move will be bringing the rook on a1 to the center, and then white is enjoying a quite a pleasant position and easily going around because of the space advantage.
Yeah, it does look a little bit more comfortable for white. It's interesting that both players are leaving the pawn tension in the center. Like for so many moves now, the d4 pawn has been staring at the c5 pawn and vice versa. So it'll be interesting to see which player
Like
relieves the
first.
tension first, right?
I think it makes sense for black not to take on d4 because of the reason that we mentioned earlier. It will leave the pawn on d6 becoming a weakness in the long term. So it's best for Fabi, I would say, to just also make some sort of development because the queen has to move, the other rook has to connect, right? And then possibly moving this bishop on e7 to f8. I think it is quite thematic as well to give more space for the rook on the e file. I don't. see any potential of making the bend on his structure by playing g6? Because I think, or maybe it's a possibility too. But there are two ways to make it happen. First, by playing bishop f6, which I don't think it's the case in this position because this bishop has to keep guarding the pawn on c5. So my best guess in this position is to play bishop f8. What do you think?
I would actually go I would try and lean more towards the bishop f6 route. Of course, if black is gonna play bishop f6, you have to be ready for lines where white grabs the pawn on c5. But I was just thinking about it, like bishop f6, dc5, can black gambit and then potentially get compensation.
Yeah,
And it's hard to say because yeah, if I mean we could play it out just to show the viewers like bishop f6 here, white wins the pawn on c5, takes, and then there's a
possibly take
potential for the queen
first.
trade, like takes, rook takes, and white wins the pawn on c5. But black has now all the pieces active, like the bishop
Yeah,
pair in a relatively open position. Any
maybe.
moment, maybe there's bishop takes c3,
Yeah, maybe black will just give up the bishop pair anyway and then go for this type of endgame opposite colored bishop that
right?
looks like quite drawn to me.
Yeah, it looks solid. Like even though black is down a pawn here, there's a positional compensation with white's very weak doubled c pawns. So perhaps it's worth going for more activity with bishop f6. But yeah, it seems like play is still unfolding quite slowly, so perhaps we can jump to a different game. And there's a game that we haven't looked at in a while is between Gukesh and Nepo. It seems like there's been a lot of developments since we last saw this.
Yeah, I think we looked at it until knight
I
b3.
think before e4.
Yeah, so knight b3, bishop went to e7, and now Gukesh started with e4, knight b4, knight c3, knight c6, bishop e3, a simple development by white. Ian decided to trade off the queens, and after knight e5, a3, knight goes back to c6, and then f4. That invites knight goes to c4, bishop goes back to c1, f6, rook e1, rook b8, bishop f1, and knight d6. I would say this is looking a bit better for white just because of the space advantage, but maybe I don't know whether it is enough to make a thicker or significant advantage out of it to win the game.
Yeah, it's a type of position that, like, if queens were still on the board, I think white would be very much for choice. But when queens are off the board, having extra space, of course, is nice, but maybe it's less of an advantage. And black still seems very solid here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the minor pieces for black are, I mean, are a bit awkward, especially this knight on d6 is kind of blocking its dark squared bishop, and the bishop on c8 not at all developed. And the question is, can white somehow use the space advantage to improve the position even further? I mean, there's a redeveloping move bishop to e3, but I'm not actually seeing like a clear plan for how white can try and pose problems to black. Maybe
Well,
bishop e3 and bring it to c5. But okay, I feel like b6 and bishop b7 is coming quite quickly.
I would try to somehow include this pawn on b2 into the play. So I would try to move this knight first and then play
Hmm.
b4 because it's always a good inclusion to this one. You can simply okay. I like this idea as well, like what you mentioned, bishop e3, and then maybe put it on f2 if necessary. But this
Sure.
position looks really pleasant for white to play around.
So if we imagine bishop e3 looks like the most natural move, then I was thinking just pawn to b6, which simultaneously restricts the knight on b3, the bishop on e3, and also prepares bishop b7. And
Okay.
I mean, once black can play bishop b7 and connect the rooks, then it just looks really solid.
Okay, I would imagine. Okay, let me play some move like knight c1.
Knight c1, bishop b7,
Yeah, I might be a bit too slow though. b4,
b4, even like
rook
rook.
c8 maybe?
I was thinking have one rook on d8 and the other rook on c8. But I don't know
Okay.
what to start with. Maybe rook bc8. Yeah.
Yeah, and you already threatening some tactic here because my knight on c3 is unprotected. So yeah, I want to just play rook knight b3, but then
Mm.
I have to be ready for this. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So maybe b4 backfires there.
so I'm not really. I know this move looks really good, but I would like to come up with a more concrete plan than a strategical plan because if I can get my pawn as far as b5 and having my knight protecting a5, I think white just stands better. So let me.
That would be the dream.
That
Yeah.
would be the dream. Yeah, exactly. So maybe I would play something like this.
And b6.
B6. It doesn't help me.
I think in most of these lines, black can just play b6. Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess
exactly.
maybe you want to play knight
Knight
a6 looks a
a6, yeah.
little bit iffy,
And
but
then
also interesting.
it is interesting. Yeah, I don't think my knight will get trapped on the on a6 because you have to do something about it. Will
Yeah,
you
as
take the
black, I don't want
knight?
to take. I really would not want to take that
Mm-hmm.
knight just because I feel like conceding the bishop pair is, I mean, it's just a big concession. So
So rook
rook,
a8, rook b7. Which one will
let's say rook
rook
a8.
a8? So
Do we see this draw knight c7, knight
well,
a6?
if I was white in this position and I'm playing against Ian, okay, a strategic draw.
hmm
But okay, of course, that's not something that would happen likely. So after this, let's say I play b4.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, because now I guess the move I want to play is bishop b7, but then you have this knight c7 and e6 is not
Yes.
defended.
Yeah, I'm just going to show it on the board. Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
But I'm
it's
wondering if there's a way for black to somehow exploit this knight that is sidelined on a6.
you might actually because this knight on c3 is unprotected.
Well, f8
Oh,
is
sorry,
attacked
f8,
too.
f8. Yeah, f8 rook is yes. Yeah, GG.
We
Hmm?
should go back to the game
Oh,
because
there's
bishop
a
e3 was
move.
not played. There's knight
Knight
b5, which
b5.
was not on our radar, offering the trade of knights.
Knight b5, you have to take. There's no, or you want to go back to e8 or f7, which I don't think looks quite appetizing. But I
Looks very
think
passive.
I can understand this move. Yeah, because you just want to have an open file for the rook. So if you take this, your bishop stands better, and if a6 happen, it is a choice. If you okay, I don't think you want to take it, but you can just simply move it back, and yeah, this bishop will never be able to deflop over here, or even after here you have rook b7 later. So maybe at some point you want to trade a rook, but this also looks okay for white. Like bishop e3 is there at least. And then this possess a weakness on b6 as well, unless you move up. But this reminds me of the Rubinstein idea that do you remember this? Let me try to remember. It's something like I think it was a Grunfeld. Like you're playing bishop b5 without any reason, but it's actually provoking your opponent to open up. So takes
Oh, you
takes.
provoke a6 and then move
Yeah.
back.
So it's just a very strategical idea that it's
hmm
very nice to see it. Okay, I
I
might.
didn't actually know this was like credited to Rubinstein. I'm aware of it in like other openings where, yeah, you provoke a pawn to move and then later you waste tempi and then you exploit it eventually.
Okay, I forgot actually. So it's something like this. Okay, let's say I play h3. Yeah, like Takes takes. Let's say like that. Check here, here, and takes takes. I hope I'm reaching the same position, and then bishop b5 is a
Mm,
nice touch on the move. Oh, there might be rook b1 actually on the board, but you got the idea. So you were just pretty much provoking this move to come like here, and then or maybe bishop c4 was the move. So once the pawns are like this, it's easier to attack instead
you
of
have
having
a4.
the pawn over here and over here. So
Mhm.
yeah, so that's the idea. But let's see the game. Knight b5 is on the board. Obviously it's two different, completely different positions and games, but I just this knight b5 reminds me of that game of Rubinstein.
Yeah, like the more I'm looking at this move, the more this makes a lot of sense. Like White's slowing down Black's whole plan with b6 and is trying to make use of having the rook on the d file and slow down Black's development of the light squared bishop. So I imagine Nepo will take his time here. I mean, he's has a pretty big time advantage. So yeah, seems like there's some thought for him in this position.
Nepo took on b5. It happened. And then bishop takes
Ah,
b5, automatic move.
yeah,
And
maybe it's a type of move he can play very quickly there because there are no other options.
yes, and okay, if you already started the line with knight takes b5, I think you have to simply follow it up with your idea. What do you think is Nepo's next move?
I don't know actually. Like a6.
A6?
Oh, we
No, it
don't
didn't
see.
happen, but
Okay,
king
we see king
f7.
f7,
Ooh, true.
which yeah, actually makes some sense. Like preemptively defending e6 and e7,
Mm-hmm.
maybe making it possible later to bring the bishop to b7, not have to worry about rook d7 tactics.
I have a suspicion that this move is a preparation for the king to be on e7 because I'm still leaning towards the idea of you have to play rook d8 at some point, but then after rook d8, let's say I take, no. I mean, it's just that when you have the king on e7, it looks, and then bishop goes to b6, it looks like black is fine, despite
Right.
lacking of development of this rook and this bishop. So king of 7 makes sense, yeah. I didn't see it at first, but now it's starting to make sense.
It's actually a very important lesson for not only us, but for all the viewers watching is like usually in chess, you're told to protect your king. And especially when you castle, like you want to keep the king guarded by your pawns. But all of this changes when queens are off the board because then as the game progresses and um, there's no attack for the opponent, then your king can be a more active player. And I think there's a lot of value for black having the king closer to the center where it can help defend some of the potential weaknesses and also allow for maybe eventual trades of the rooks as well.
Mm-hmm.
So instructive move from Nepo.
Yep. By the way, let's move on to the game between Vidit versus Praggnanandhaa because you're going to see what's happening right now. You'll be happy to see that Praggnanandhaa play your move h6, even though it looks like a provocation idea, but he did it. And instead of playing bishop h4, yes, because I was showing bishop h4 before, Vidit chose to play bishop f4, followed by knight e7, c4, b4, and queen g4.
Wow. I'm a little bit surprised that he chose f4 for the bishop. I think we were both assuming that the bishop would just stay on this h4 d8 diagonal and keep preventing black from castling queenside.
Yeah,
But this also makes some sense.
I
Like the
think
bishop is a bit more
I
centralized.
think this is also kind of like a preventing black to castle because if you castle here, I have knight d5. And if you take my knight, I have
Ooh,
this discovery.
fancy.
And look at that. You cannot move
Yeah,
your
that's pretty
king.
nasty.
You cannot move your king because I'll take the rook and promote it to another queen. And you cannot block the check with your rook because I will again promote the pawn. You have
Mate.
to play queen d7. But here I
Is there a
think
queen e8? Oh no, never mind. Sorry. This is Black's in check.
Yeah,
It's so focused on the fork.
the rook on d7. Oh, it's not only a promotion, it's a checkmate. Imagine, rook
Yes.
d7. It's a
You could
checkmate.
just under promote to rook too,
Oh,
just
that's
to
right.
have
Under
three
promoted
rooks on the
rook.
board.
Is this what you're going to do if you're playing this game on an online game? Just under promote to a
So
rook?
the problem though is because white has both rooks on the board, usually there's no like usually the boards come with extra queen in case of promotion.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to promote to a third rook and it hasn't been traded off yet, you have to pause the clock, call an arbiter to find you an extra rook. I don't think we'll see that happen any point this tournament.
No, even if
But
it happened, there are extra pieces ready for the arbiters to give it to the players. Okay. Anyway, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, because after castle, even if this is happening after knight d5, I don't think black will take knight on d5. But queen g4 is such a cute move. It's anticipating castle in indirect way because after castle, knight d5, white just has like a monstrous knight on the center that cannot be taken. And if something like this happened, the queen can just step back one square diagonally to h3 and keep the threat on. So I like these queen g4 moves.
yeah, so it seems like a really nice multi-purpose square for the queen. And I mean, white is still up a pawn, reinforcing e6. And what does black do here if castling isn't attractive? Is black just going to play bishop g7 and maybe look to castle kingside?
Ooh, that's gonna be very dangerous. But it's not entirely impossible. Um, okay, I'm happy giving up my b2 pawn for an extra tempo, so I don't really look into a move like rook a2, for example. Um, can I just castle in this position?
Castling looks very normal, yeah.
Castling, or I like to develop this knight as well. I don't like being asleep on b1. Knight b2 maybe is an okay move. Bring it up to f3 and something like that. I also like to castle. I also like to... What can I play in this position? Yeah, just castle. I like castling.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time like wrapping my mind around this position because part of me just wants to prefer white, given that white's up a pawn and has this strong pawn on e6. But black has this double fianchetto happening, controlling like a lot of the center squares. And I mean, if black does grab the pawn on b2 and then just moves the bishop back, can can we get away with that?
So you're thinking of
Bishop takes
bishop
b2.
takes
I mean,
b2, and I
type of
have...
move that Yasser might play, being a pawn grabber.
So I have two tempting moves here. I can play rook a2 attacking your bishop, or also I can go way advanced to a5. This looks like
Oh,
a...
rook a5 I forgot about actually. Rook a5 actually, yeah, that's a cool square for the rook.
I like this rook a5. You know what I want to
Yeah.
do? I would park my rook over here and offer an exchange. I don't
Oh
mind
wow.
sacrificing my rook and having my knight on the center square like this. But it's a little bit too soon to call that. It's just an idea for now, but I don't know whether it's gonna be realized.
And it's not an idea that you see every day, but yeah, before you mentioned it, it was kind of oblivious to the fact that white could even move there with a rook. And I mean, the d5 square is such a, I think, important square for white if white can plant an island d5. That yeah, it's a nice resource to consider.
Well, Prague is still thinking. Luckily, he has an extra 30 minutes compared to FIDE, but they have to play for another 13 to 14 moves to make... oh no, actually 20... No, they have to make 23 or 24 moves to make the second time control because they're currently still on move 17. Oh, that's still a long way to go for the time control. And FIDE only has 32 seconds on the clock. Bear in mind, they don't have increment at this
32
point.
minutes.
32 minutes, sorry. 32 minutes in this point. Yes, and they don't have any increment until they hit move number 41. So dangerous time for Vidit actually.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a type of opening that pretty much guarantees that clocks will be trained from early on, given how sharp and just kind of obscure the position is. And speaking of, maybe we should switch to the Evans Gambit battle between Lei and Goryachkina, because here we're seeing a bishop land on b2. But what how did this happen?
So
Because
we saw
not
the
was
position up to knight d4.
right,
Here Goryachkina played a6, trying to overprotect it while kind of guarding the pawn on b5. It's very
of
important.
course.
Uh, Jumping to f5, the knight, bishop f6, bishop b2, rook e8, rook b1, knight c5, c4. This is a
Hmm.
nice overtrade for Lei because that bishop on f6 is such an important bishop for the defense of the king. So this one is traded off, and you have to be careful. There is mate in one coming up soon if black doesn't do anything. Queen g7 is a threat. So how are you going to anticipate this?
Yeah, that a4 pawn is definitely not hanging right now. There's only so many moves black can consider here that don't get mated. Uh, f6 or knight e6 come to mind, or putting something on e5.
Do you consider taking on the
Also, taking
knight?
on f5 should be a candidate move.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very forcing.
Yeah, like let's say just to eliminate one of the attackers, takes, and then put the knight on. I I'm not sure. I think I like this one. Maybe because there's knight
It looks
d3
playable.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah, because either knight to d3. I guess it's not threatening to win material, but it's an idea in the position. Um, and then a4 is still pressured as well.
Yeah. As we speak,
So,
Goryachkina didn't choose any of those defending moves, but she played queen e5. Just
oh
simply
wow,
block the diagonal of the queen toward g7.
offering the queen trade. And now it's up to white. Do you want to trade queens? Do you want to try and leave queens on the board? I would be more inclined to actually try and leave queens on the board, but I don't know if there's a great way to do that.
Yeah, be careful there. Like, for example, if you don't want to take it now and if you feel like, oh, I'm just going to grab some of the pawns, you will fall into this type of tactics after takes, and then this one is pinned. You cannot take
That's
it,
very
your
true.
rook is hanging. So, yeah, some simple tactics like that, you shouldn't be missed.
So white basically either has to take on e5 or probably move the queen somewhere else. Um, it's a type of position that could just liquidate really quickly
Yes,
with
like
all the
takes
tension on the queen
here,
side. Like
takes,
takes,
takes.
as Hikaru would say.
And then okay, if you just have to put one rook on the board, and this is technically a drawn end game. But you have to
Well,
be
white would
careful.
be up a pawn in this position, right?
Yeah, that's right. But this one is kind of uh white is still better, but I think it's still quite drawish. Like for example, if I play here, well maybe rook if rook e3, I have a check here. And then this is not
It
hanging
seems
because
like
of
black
this.
should have counterplay.
Yeah, there should be some counterplay. So after queen e5, yeah, actually I like this move, queen e5. Just try to get rid of all the imminent attack by white. And if the queens are off the board, black is standing fine. And yeah, we'll see what Littinger will decide on this one. Any games that you would like to update ourselves on?
Yeah, let's just switch to the multi-board overview, get a sense of the progress of all the games in the section. Have one game finished between Abasov and Hikaru, but the rest are still very hard fought. I mean, the two big developments I'm seeing is in the Fabiano game. Fabiano ha has moved his d pawn to d5, so perhaps we can jump to that because I don't think that was a move we were really considering immediately.
Right, let's move on to that. There you go. And
And yeah, c
d5.
takes d5 has been played as well.
Yeah, so after queen d2, we saw this position up to queen d2. And Fabiano decided to play d5 after 15 minutes of thinking.
I mean, it's a very committal move, and it's a type of move that deserves a lot of calculation because it seems like there's a lot of branches given that white has a bunch of different captures here. And Abasov took with the c pawn. Looks like some moves are
Alireza took
coming
with the
in
c
quite
pawn.
quickly. Or sorry, Alireza, yes.
Yes,
It's been a
the
long day already.
hang in there, Eric. We still have a few more hours to go.
That's true.
CD5 and Fabi replied with C4.
Wow, c4. So not capturing back on d5, but gaining some space. And look at this d3 square in white's position. It's now controlled by the pawn and the bishop from f5. And of course, d5 is probably just a goner very soon. Now, I'm wondering about like the potential for knight e5 here for white to just make sure white's controlling d3 and also hitting c4. But we don't see knight e5. We see
Nope.
bishop to f4.
Bishop to f4. Possibly forcing Fabi to take on d5 right away because there might be some idea with taking this and then d6.
Hmm.
This might be a bit troublesome for black. So I think it's almost forced for Fabi to take on this pawn.
Right. But that's what he wants to do is, yeah, regain the pawn and then get a structure where white has the isolated pawn on d4 and now a very nice blockade with this pawn on d5 hitting the bishop on f4. So I'm a little bit surprised to see bishop f4 actually. It just seems like white is provoking.
Ooh,
Oh, but
but
we're
we
seeing
have the
all of this
move,
play
yeah. So
out.
after
Wow.
knight d5, rook e5. So this was the intention of bishop
Okay.
f4. So you are allowing your opponent to take the pawn back on d5, but you have this rook e5 idea. So how are we going to continue in this position? You can absolutely take any of the pieces, knight c3, knight f4. Is there any other option?
Yeah, well, first of all, okay, rook e5, it's a double attack. Black probably has to take, yeah, on c3 or f4. Maybe bishop e6 is also a candidate move.
Bishop
Just
e6.
trying to stabilize this d5 blockade.
Yeah, I will double up my. Oh, can I double it up? Because you want to take here and bishop d6. Ooh, this is tricky. This is tricky.
I actually didn't see that, but yeah, some unintentional trickiness for me.
Yes. Well, that has been your trait too, unintentional trickiness, until you have to call the ambulance.
Well, sometimes when your pieces are like centralized and on good squares, then the tactics will just kind of come naturally. Especially with this rook on e5, it's asking for maybe some punishment.
I like bishop e6,
So
yes. So black turns out it's not forced to take any of the pieces, but can just safely put the bishop on e6. And now I have this idea, yeah? I mean, black has this idea, knight f4, bishop d6. But what if I move my bishop away? Do you have the same thing going on? Like I can play here, for example. Is bishop d6 still working? Because there might be some discovery.
yeah, bishop d6. This
Because
is a
if you take,
moment we need Matthew to use his superior calculation skills.
right. Okay, so this I don't think it's working for white because then
Uh-huh.
it's just winning for black in this position. So rook e5, bishop e6. I think you were forced to take in this knight. This knight is quite powerful. And after takes, maybe move this knight elsewhere. Or maybe no need to. You can guard it with bishop. Sorry, queen.
Yeah, it looks like a good transformation for black. Like bishop, we play bishop f6 and just have two bishops and better structure. I mean, this bishop on d5 looks really, really nice.
Mm-hmm.
White can maybe establish a minor piece on e5, but even still, I'd probably lean towards playing this as black.
Right. Well, this is going to be quite a long battle, I would say, after Rook e5. And let's take a look from the multi-board view. Let's update ourselves on the women's board. Okay, so
So
we
just to recap, we do have one game already finished, the very quick draw between Tan and Humpy, but three games still ongoing.
and it looks like it's gonna be another draw between Anna Muzychuk versus Katerina Lagno. It looks very equal to me. Um, it's interesting though. I mentioned that Katerina liked her outside of pass pawn, but now it's Anna who is having the outside pass pawn. But it should be defendable. So yeah, it looks like it is going to be another draw. And
Can we
on
just see how that happened, actually, with White now having the pass pawn? Because it's slightly unexpected.
Yeah, we will see that, Eric, in a sec. After we take a break, because I think we're
Okay,
due for
sounds
another
good.
break. Okay, so yes, six games are still currently going on, three in the open and three in the women, and we will be back after a short break. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
See you soon.
Hello, hello, hello. Well, we are entering I think, the critical time of the round, Eric, because this is where most of the games will try to, either you grind it until the end or making a draw. It's going to be quite decisive time right now. So let's take a look which one that you want to look first.
I think we have to look at the Vaishali Salimova game because since we last left it, a piece has been sacrificed.
Yep.
And not in the way we were anticipating, because Vaishali had brought her knight to g5, had left it on pre after black had played h6.
Yeah.
So if we can go
After
to,
knight g5,
yeah, just
h6, bishop
um,
d3, knight g4. No. Oh, look
knight
at
takes
that.
f7, which is a very, very forcing sharp move, which I wonder if Salimova overlooked.
But look at this, Eric. Vaishali spent almost 30 minutes on her clock to calculate after knight takes f7. So this is not a easy decision to make because once you sacrifice a piece like that, it's almost committed of follow-up attack, because otherwise if you cannot find anything after this piece sacrifice, then you basically just a piece down. So, and on the other hand, for Salimova, she has to take the sacrifice, because if she didn't take it, then white is just better, simply better. So king takes f7, bishop c4 check, king goes to f8, and now queen d3. So I'm still trying to understand this position.
Yeah, I mean, Queen D3, it's not a forcing looking move, but it's more of a quiet move that just has a massive threat to it. White wants to play Queen G6 next move, threatening two different mates in one. Wants to bring the queen to either F7 or G7. And at first glance, I'm not seeing like an easy way for black to defend against that threat
Yeah,
and what to do here.
well, I think you just simply have to close this bishop diagonal. Let's say by playing c6 with the idea of d5, because
But
without the help of the bishop, the queen cannot. Oh my goodness, sorry,
but
g7.
C6, Queen G6.
Yeah. You are absolutely right. Yes, it doesn't change anything, unfortunately. So bishop f6. What's
Yeah, probably Bishop F6 is worth trying. And then we have to kind of delve into some murky waters. Like Queen H7 comes to mind, threatening Queen G8. There's also Queen G6, which maybe is a bit simpler.
I think we no in in order to achieve that, you have to also be reminded that there is bishop e6 to stop everything. So maybe it's better for queen g6 because the knight on g4 is kind of hanging. So
Exactly.
after you play this, but after bishop e6, yeah, you can actually
Like and win back the
and then
piece.
win back the piece with an extra pawn. So this would be a good way to continue for white. Uh, is there anything else after bishop f6 and then queen g6? Can
Yeah, I was wondering about Queen E7,
queen
simply
e7?
defending against F7, but maybe allowing for rook E1,
Yes, I think so too.
and then can black put something
Knight
on E5?
e5.
And it just seems to get very messy with white still being down material, but having so much pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, we see
We saw a
we see a
move.
move on the board,
Bishop
which is a huge
g5.
surprise. Bishop G5 check, giving back the piece. Can this be real?
I think it's
Is
a
it
bit
just desperation?
desperation. And there are okay, especially Salimova. She's in time trouble because look at the number of the moves. They are still on move 16. She has to make another 24 moves in 9 minutes to make the second time control. But fortunately, in the women's section, they have another 30 seconds increment per move. So even though she is in time trouble, but she can still make up for it. Unlike yesterday's game of Nepomniachtchi versus Alireza, where Alireza only had 10 seconds to make the last four moves to the time control. It was amazing. Okay, so Bishop G5 is on the board, giving up the piece. I don't really like this move, so I would take it
So
right
I'm
away.
guessing the point is at least black gets some initiative, like queen takes g5 comes with check, and then the queen on g5 prevents white from playing queen g6. It's also black to move here, so maybe the idea is bishop f5. Black can keep making threats, but it seems like white still has some good positional advantage here with the bishop pair and safer king.
Yeah, I would definitely take white on this position. I mean, um, I don't think Bishop G5 was the best defense in that position. But again, when you have only a few minutes left on the clock, you have to move very fast. And maybe this is the best practical choice given the time situation. So, yeah, Salimova is in trouble.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye for more developments in or as the players approach time pressure. But perhaps it's worth just kind of looking at the other developments across the boards because a lot of action unfolding as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to hop into the game between I mean Vidit against Prague? Because there's been some I guess commitments with both players casting their kings. White has castle kingside, black has castle queenside.
Yeah. So after Queen G4, we last saw it Queen G4, and then we expect some Bishop G7 idea and so on. But here Prague decided to play Queen C5, Castle, Bishop G7 finally happened. Ooh, I think this is a nice inclusion because kind of
Yeah,
like preventing Rook A5.
I think Prague probably heard the fact that you had mentioned Rook A5 and was so terrified that he wanted to prevent it with Queen C5.
Right. Okay, so after Bishop G7, Knight D2, long castle, and here H4. Wow. This is an amazing position to look at for both sides because both white and black they have their own initiatives.
Yeah, I mean, I at first glance it seems like black is stabilized. Like the king actually seems quite safe on C8. But with H4, white is still trying to clamp down, of course, restricting pawn G5. It does feel weird to advance H pawn like this, especially when black has
Yes.
castle queenside and not kingside. And white's the one who's castle kingside. So just a little bit confused of what the plan is for white, even what the plan is for both sides.
I think what just like what you said, just trying to prevent any pawn move like G5. Um so I think yeah, it's becoming easier for black to play around because the king on C8 is safe, but probably I would move it to B8 just in case, because I'd like to move my knight on E7 at some point and not to fall on this discovery attack with E7. So, or also, I mean, playing king B8 now might be a bit too slow. Maybe it's time for black to do something on the king side, given the pawn is already on H4, so this is easier to confront against. Um,
I'm wondering actually if black can still prepare G5. Like H4 is
Prepare or
maybe
play it immediately.
prophylaxis. Yeah, maybe playing it immediately, just try and sacrifice a pawn to open the files
Yeah,
and
this
get
is not that, of
the
course.
other rook to G8.
And after this, you play with, I think, queen. Yeah, offering the queen trade. I think it's very sensible.
And black has to be very careful in the way that he executes this G5 break.
Maybe this one. No, I really like this bishop on b7. It's a very good bishop. And
Great
then
piece.
the potential of, okay, this h file is already open. So no, I like this position for black. Bishop f6 is coming soon. If you take on e7, I'll take your bishop on f4. Always some additional matting idea on the h file. So I think g5 is quite possible. Just, don't be afraid. Just go for it. and play
I
g5?
mean, there's also h takes g5 and bishop takes g5.
Okay, if you take with the bishop, it gives me time to do something which I don't know what yet. Maybe queen e5. I just want to mate, give a mate on
Aha,
h2.
you're not giving me time to take the knight.
Oh, I can give you time to do that, which is now.
Right. And yeah, like as white, I want to play pawn g3, but then there's mate on h1. So and pawn f4 loses a
The
knight
knight
on
on e3.
e3. Knight f3, there's just bishop takes f. Wow, so black's initiative can come quite quickly here.
So if you move back
And
your bishop to f4, um,
queen d4.
queen d4 is nice. Is there anything else apart from queen d4? Queen f6. Queen d4. Yeah, let's. But if queen d4, this is what I don't like. I have knight f5.
Aha.
So
And then knight takes f5.
queen f5.
And e7 is a threat. Hmm. But there's rook f8.
That's true. Oh yeah,
Since you
rook
were
f8. I completely missed it. Yeah, so it's not a problem
and
then.
gets very tactical here.
Or I can make a move like this one. E7 immediately.
Ooh, fancy. For some reason, this move hurts my head. Like it's not check, but you unleash this pin, so I can't take the pawn on e7. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay, g5 was not played.
g5 is not
Instead,
played.
the rook
Rook
moved to
de8.
e8.
Okay, another anticipation for e7 so that the rook is not hit. Yeah, I think it's fine too. I like this move as well. But you know my approach. I always like to sacrifice, open up the file with a potential checkmate on the coming moves. So g5 is always the dream of mine if it can happen on the board.
Yeah, it seems like Prague is being very patient here, like not going for the immediate explosions in the position, just kind of gradually improving. The rook optimizes itself, aligns with the pawn on e6, which could eventually be a weakness. Maybe we will see king b8 as well. And he's putting the ball in Vidit's court where, yeah, it's a question like, what is white actually doing here? Because the lines we were just looking at, white was basically reacting to what black was doing. And does white have the same like logical improving moves?
Right.
Maybe rook fe1, perhaps support the pawn.
Rook fe1. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. No, let's prepare for g5. I'll play bishop f6.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's just easier to play this as black. Like black has the clear plans in the position, and I would not be so comfortable figuring out what to do as white here. So what's the time situation? Vidit falling below 20 minutes? I mean, we see the benefit of playing such a surprise opening as Prague got the early time advantage, and now is putting his opponent in a very uncomfortable spot as we go into the middle game.
Right. Okay, so what I'd like to also no, let's come back to the five Shelly game because there are some moves there and then like what I said, they don't have much time on the clock, so they have to pace up their speed. So after bishop g5, unlike what we
She didn't take
predicted,
the bishop.
nope, she
We
didn't
thought
take the
she
bishop.
was going to take the bishop. She just calmly plays king b1.
King b1, get the
That's
king on the
crazy.
silver square, and after knight e5, now she took the knight. I think following taking the bishop afterwards.
Yeah, she's still going to win back the piece with what seems to be a really, really nice position. And black's king is so exposed. And when white takes on g5, the h file opens. The queens are still on the board. So this looks very, very, very good for white.
Yeah, so if you take it
Not
with
to mention, if queen takes g5, there's f4 f4, right?
Oh, nice, nice tactic. Yep, we don't have to worry about queen h7 or something like that. Just f4, it will seal the deal. Yeah, you cannot take because of this move. And if you don't take it, then I will win the rook. So it's a hard situation for Salimova now. It's just almost winning for Vaishali and ready to score her first victory in the event.
Yeah, this would be a
Yeah.
great rebound from yesterday's loss for her. And I mean, it would be a big day for the siblings if both Vaishali and Prague can win their respective games. I mean, Prague seems like he has good chances, at least based on his play so far today.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, we'll come back to this position. I think I found a reason why Salibova doesn't take this bishop automatically because she saw what's coming up. Maybe she missed f4 in her calculation. That can easily be missed, because when you are so concerned about the safety of the king, and then she might only calculate anything like queen g6, queen h7 without looking at the simple f4. You never know. What I also want us to see is this game between Gukesh versus Ian, which looks like equal, but this is going to be a grind, especially Gukesh. If this position is, I think, objectively better for White, and Gukesh has to prove it that White can win this one. I mean, I've seen so many games in this type of endgame when, you know, equal material, a pair of bishop against bishop and knight, and then white or anyone with the pair of bishop will be just approaching the pawns on the queen side slowly but surely and then win the game. So I will not expect that this game will end anytime soon because Gukesh will try to grind as much as he can, but we know Ian is also a very good defender, so he will try his best to save this position.
Yeah, honestly, this looks like torture for Black. I
Mm-hmm.
would hate to try and defend this position against a super GM like Gukesh. Can we just see how he got this? Because we last left with a
Knight
lot of
b5.
pieces on the board,
Yeah,
but
so
we
knight
saw knight
b5 takes
b5.
takes and king f7. Yeah, we left it here. So bishop
Right.
e3, a6, bishop e2, b5, knight c5, rook d8, and trading, rook c1, bishop b6, king f2, very nice move. Takes. Even in this position, it is already a torture because white can just play anything. Like you see now, but it is quite a dilemma for black. If you don't move this pawn, even on these squares, it will be quite weaknesses because the pair of bishop is just more superior, and then the bishop doesn't have anywhere else to go. So that is why Ian tried to, well, not Ian, but Gukesh just tried to trade the rooks. But I think it's a simpler endgame now for the bishop. And now h5 is already on the board, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see this strategy by Gukesh in this position because it's going to be very instructive.
Yeah, I really don't know what to predict. If Gukesh has better chances at winning compared to drawing this, but this could be one of the longest games of the round, even though there's other games still in the middle game. This is already an end game. We could potentially see a long grind. And even though Gukesh has fallen below 7 minutes here,
Mm-hmm.
he only has what 8 more moves to make until extra time is added. And I think it's very easy to play 8 moves pretty quickly. Like it's basically a two-result game where either it'll be a draw or he can try and push for a win.
Be free.
B3. Mm. Not the first move that came to mind, but maybe he wants to play A4 and trade off the
Mm-hmm.
pawns.
Yes,
Mm.
a4 takes, and then you're going to nail this bishop just on b7 because this bishop is going to go to e2, and then the king, I mean, white's plan is clear, white's plan is easy, and then the king will just maybe go from this side and then try to approach the other pawn. Yeah, it is now a question how you're going to simplify these pawns with these 4 pawns. so that if you can simplify it and make a way for the black's king to get inside the white's game, then black has a compensation and a counterplay. Otherwise, if both sides just play in the queen side, it is clear it is a two result game. Only white can win this one.
Yeah, and I guess one point I want to make about why the bishop pair is so powerful, especially in positions like this, is when there's pawns on both flanks, there's pawns on the queen side and king side, then the knight is basically spread thin. Knight can really only focus on one flank. So part of white's strategy is to kind of use the principle of two weaknesses, try and create weaknesses in black's position on the queen side and eventually on the king side as well, and get a situation where the two bishops can more easily access both flanks and the knight will be a bit overwhelmed. This also applies to positions where it's just bishop versus knight. Usually favors the bishop when there are pawns on both sides of the board.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is going to be a long battle because, like what I said, a grind. It's a long, long grind for Gukash against Ian. I just want to take us to the multi-board view of the Open because we can see the game between Vidit versus Praggnanandhaa. Prag just took the pawn on b2, which looks yummy, but unfortunately,
Mm.
that's not the accurate response because I have an eval bar, and I think the viewers can also see the eval bar. Before bishop takes b2, it shows that black has an edge. But now it looks like it's equal again. So let's take a look on that game actually. What can be a good move for Vidit? Because now bishop b2 just gives Vidit enough time to consolidate his position.
Yeah, I think it's the type of position that it's so weird and complex that even for the top grandmasters, it's still going to be easy for them to make mistakes or inaccuracies. And we're seeing this next move come out, knight d5. So really creating a lot of tension. I mean, at first it looks like this just loses material because black has three attackers on d5 and white only has one defender with his pawn on c4. But I imagine this is based around some tactics. I mean, there is a rook on d1. There's ideas of discovered checking. If the knight ever moves away from e7, there could be the pawn marching forward. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot to calculate here. Like knight takes d5. If pawn e7, just king b8. And if the pawn ever takes back on d5, queen takes d5, what is a point?
Maybe knight c4 here because this is protected.
Ah, bishop is attacked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Queen and bishop would be attacked. Okay, very good point. So can
So,
black take on d5 with the bishop? First knight takes and then bishop
oh,
takes.
takes, and takes. Okay. Mm,
I don't know if it's worth it for white to throw in e7, but just trying to figure out like Vidit's tactical ideas why he's sacrificing material here.
right. Yeah, okay. Let me try this one. Check and then king b7. Actually, if I want to play e7, it's best to do it when you took on the knight. Oh, they actually played it.
By the way, yeah, the play is unfolding very quickly.
Yes.
Knight takes d5 and c takes d5 was played.
Okay,
And
so this is
imagine
this
next
is
move will
current
be coming
position.
soon.
Yes. So I think that taking on d5 is fine because what I wanted to do was like this. Let's say I'm not giving check immediately. I mean, I'm not taking it immediately. I'm just going to give check first. King b8 here. And if you want to take this one, I don't know whether this makes any difference to white's position, but I just like to have my queen protecting the pawn and not letting it go.
Yeah, we might eventually see this with white, including pawn e7. It seems very concrete.
I have one crazy idea, like I want to play knight e4, bishop takes, and rook takes on d6.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this definitely could get dangerous for black, especially if black doesn't win the e7 pawn, and yeah, white's pieces can come into play really, really quickly.
Right. Okay, so we have a move. Prague decided to take the pawn with the bishop, so bishop takes d5
Right.
is on the board right now, and we're just going to wait for Vidit to play his move because I'm sure he has something in mind here because otherwise it's just a nice pair of bishops for black.
Yeah, I mean he had to see this position
Mm-hmm.
coming from when he played knight d5. And yeah, it's a question like is he actually intending maybe your idea e7 queen d7? I
But
mean g6 is
if you played
doesn't
it
seem
now,
attractive to
this is the
take.
difference why I want to play e7 earlier because after e7 the king can go to b7 now,
Oh,
which
I
is I
see.
think a better place than b8.
Hmm.
So I don't think e7 is the next move. Um, yeah, this is actually hard to judge.
Yeah, I was briefly thinking like, okay, g6 is hanging, but g6 queen takes g6 walks into rook g8 and some skewer on the g file.
What about I play bishop e3 and you have to guard the pawn maybe because if you play queen c6, I'll just take the pawn. But if you play something like this, now I think I can play knight c4. Oh, but Fidit played e7. Check.
Okay, so I yeah, it is strange to maybe give black the option whether to play king b8 or king b7
Or maybe this is a combination of
because
both, like e7 first, it doesn't matter where the king goes, b7 or b8, and then bishop goes to
still
e3 with a better punch actually, because when this one was taken, it is with a check. So if the queen goes here, protecting the pawn, then you can go knight c4, attacking these, and what else can we do here? um, I like taking this actually. I like all these crazy ideas because then I have queen d7 or maybe well depends where this bishop go, yeah? So maybe that's the idea.
I'm having a very hard time actually understanding some of these lines. Uh, but yeah, like I mean, it seems like white is getting initiative uh with this bishop e3 sequence. So I imagine, yeah, Prague is probably going to play quickly here.
Yeah, only two choices, king b8 or king b7 and see if there's any difference between them two.
I have to say, this is like very creative from Vidit to have like sacrifice a pawn in the center, but then just open the position enough to get a lot of initiative. Especially with like this bishop e3 move, the more I'm seeing it, the more I'm liking it because the queen is just unleashed on the fourth rank,
Yes,
and
okay.
I mean the queen, bishop, and knight really work well together.
Well, both of these players are very tricky and creative for sure. Man, I'm just looking forward to seeing how this game unfolds. But we should get back to the game between Alireza versus Fabiano because this has turned into an endgame, which we didn't foresee before. So we
There's mass
left it,
liquidation.
yeah, we left it until this move, rook e5. Knight takes c3, takes queen d7, takes on c4. So why is Fabi giving up this pawn?
Good question.
Is this pawn, I mean, first thing in mind, bishop d3. But maybe that was bad because there is knight e1. But rook c, okay, rook c8 is not a move, yeah? So maybe Fabi is just giving it up in order to get like a simplification, and even with the pawn down, he will hold the position to a draw. So queen takes, rook takes, still a pawn down, bishop
That's what it
e4,
seems like, and has the
yeah,
bishop pair.
d5, a6, and take on b7, take on. Okay, then this looks quite drawish to me, even though white has an extra pawn, but nothing white can do in this position. Yeah, so prediction, a draw in this one.
I think it could still be a grind. I mean, white's not going to be losing back the pawn immediately. Like if the rook just simply moves either to b6 or a7, I think Fabiano maybe has to still play accurately to ensure the game is a draw.
If the rook goes here, I would be very happy to play bishop c5. I would give you another extra
Ooh,
pawn. Please take my pawn, and then
okay.
rook e2 is there.
And bishop g3.
Bishop g3. At least now with these two pair, this
Bishops are pretty,
yeah,
yeah.
at least I can take this one, right?
I was thinking like a4 now,
a4.
but
Okay.
feels like the a pawn is not going to make so much progress. Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
black has so much sufficient
I
play
will
with the
make a little move
bishops.
like h6, and then I'm saying to you, I'm very happy with the position.
Yeah, I think you've convinced me that yeah, black should be doing completely fine.
Okay, what is a grind? Is the game between Gukesh and Ian. And we see one
Ooh.
trade of pawns on the queen side. We expected that. But we saw the position up to already trading h5. Yeah, this was the position, and b3 was played. Bishop c8 and a4. e5. Yeah, so this is the way to go. Black has to make something on the king side. You cannot just focus on the queen side because queen side is already like whites. You have to do something on the king side and take stakes, and after f5, Ian is still thinking. What are you going to play in this position if you're black, Eric? Will you take the pawn or will you play g5? The pawn looks tempting to be taken though, but your h5 is going to be hanging. No, you're gonna play g5, sorry, pardon me. g5 is a bad move.
Yeah, I think I'd be more inclined to leave the tension just because if pawn takes f5, bishop takes h5, comes with check. As black, I really don't want to give white a passed pawn on the h file. But then the question is, okay, if we're not going to move our g6 pawn, what do we do instead? So I'm kind of looking for other candidate moves here. It seems hard to improve the minor pieces.
It is hard, but I'm sorry to interrupt, but this game will finish at any time soon. That game between Gukesh and Ian will be a long fight, but let's take a look at this one. This is the current position. I was just thinking some simple tactic like what happened after rook e1? Oh,
White is up so many pawns
yeah, and
here.
finally you just did it. And after here, you play rook f here, and then this is a
It's
nice
going to be a
discovery.
windmill thing.
And
Wait a minute,
just,
king h7 though?
oh, and then there is a mate over here. Oh my gosh, this is so
That's why you
tricky.
don't resign. It should be
This is,
still winning for white, but
but you have to be
super tricky.
careful. Yes, yes. But okay, at
Wait,
least
there's bishop
bishop
d3
d3.
though.
At the very least,
Yeah.
there's bishop d3. I mean, my prediction. I was thinking that white could just win an extra piece immediately, but there is this type of trick. But okay, bishop d3 will save the day.
Mhm.
That's actually what happened. So rook f7, king here, king. No, not taking, but Faishali played king c1, not rook
Very
f7.
calm.
Very
Rook
calm.
f7 was probably winning.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine maybe she saw the line rook f7, king g8, rook takes f6. If you just want to play it, there's
So,
some cute idea.
sorry, which one
Instead of
again?
king c1,
King, okay.
rook f7, king g8, rook takes f6. There's king h8, and then bishop d3 doesn't come with check.
All right.
I think it's still winning for white because
Yeah,
bishop
because,
d3 anyway,
and we
and the rook
play rook
gets trapped.
f1.
And white's up so many pawns here that yeah, it's like even down the exchange,
Yeah,
you have too many
and then
pawns.
here, right.
But king c1 first seems like
Very,
good
very,
technique.
very good technique. Yes, yes. Not risking anything, eliminating the checkmate on the back rank. So yes, king c1. I like it.
And rook f7 is on tap, and if black wants to play rook d7, then okay, white is up too many pawns to count. I guess 3 pawns, so maybe somewhat countable, but yeah,
Yeah, you can
this
just
should end pretty quickly.
take, and then okay, let's save this bishop. Sorry, this pawn, yeah, by playing h5 or G3, I think G3 is best move, and then you focus on promoting the pawn on the queen side. So actually, they played the moves. So King C1, Rook D7 takes, and here G3. There you go.
Yep. And yeah, maybe Salimova will hold off on resigning. I mean, opposite color bishops do have the drawish tendency, but I would bet a lot of money that Vaishali will win this quite easily.
All right. Okay, so we passed the critical line on this one. We can easily predict that Vaishali will win this round against Salimova. Let's update ourselves on Lichess versus Goryachkina, because where we left
Mm,
it, it was Queen E5, and here Lichess decided to take on the Queen on E5. Rook takes, and simplification takes, and Knight moves back. I wouldn't think of that
interesting.
one. So h5, very straight approach by Goryachkina. cb5, h4, knight e2, cb5, knight goes to the center. So this is quite a nice maneuver. You could have, I don't know whether it is nice or wasting tempi, because you could have jumped to d4 in one move, but instead she's taking a longer route to achieve that. Takes here, and then now knight
Yeah, I think
d4.
she's trying to hypnotize her opponent with her knight. Just move it
The
around and
pendulum
one will
knight,
get
yeah.
sleepy. Exactly.
Okay, so here rook b8, bishop takes, and this is the position. Okay, it's gonna be another draw in my opinion. What happened after knight takes e4?
After knight takes e4.
Isn't it just a draw? Just take the pawn and then,
That looks pretty drawish.
yeah.
Yeah. There's no resources for white. I mean, the rook on e5 is defended, so yeah, knight takes e4. I think the game will end pretty soon.
I believe so. Wow, okay, so quite a slow start for Li Tingjie. She lost on the first round, drew yesterday, and if she's going to have a draw today, yeah, quite a slow start, but still many games to go. And knight e4 indeed happened.
Yeah, it's hard to think that this all came from an Evans Gambit. Like we didn't quite get to see the fiery sacrificial middle game that Evans Gambits can very often lead to, but still cool to see the opening in the women's candidates. And yeah, it looks like the game will just be ending peacefully here.
So I would predict this one. Check here, okay, rook b2 and come back and then check again. This is
Uh
going to be the repetition. Yeah, what do you think, Eric? I'm so excited for my prediction.
I uh yeah, I think you're probably right. I don't know. Like there's a lot of ways for things to liquidate. Like there's also knight takes h4, which maybe will be played. There's so many ways to draw this, but um yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
that's
go ahead
true.
and say that
That's
knight
true.
takes h4 will be
But
played.
this is actually the main idea, maybe, to end the game
Hmm.
quicker. Like here, rook b2, whether or not you take the knight, but this is going to be like what black has in mind to make a draw. I was thinking if there's anything on the back rank, but anything like, let's say, here, and rook b2, like even this one doesn't really work because you always have knight f8. So you can always take on f2, and then after this, just knight f8 because it's not a mate. So yeah, in this position, the king might go back to g. Oh, something else is coming.
Can
So
we pivot to the Muzychuk game?
yep.
Because this seems to have massive developments. And we were kind of dismissing this game earlier as equal, solid for both sides, but seems like there's been a big change.
Oh, I was wrong by the way. Goryachkina chose to play rook h5, just guarding this pawn. Very solid. Okay.
Also, yeah.
Oh, we have one decisive result as predicted between Vaishali versus Salimova. And after the game, after the move g3, bishop e7, h5, bishop c5, Rook e5, bishop b6 and a4. Salimova decided to call it a day, and thus giving Faishali the first victory of her candidate career. So well done for Faishali. And let's move on to which game were you talking about before?
The Muzychuk game. It's the only
Muzychuk.
game left in the women's. And we had dismissed this earlier as solid for both sides, but looks like Lagno is in big trouble. The king is on g6.
Wow.
White is down a pawn, but has some potential mating nets.
Yes, it is, because now the king has to go to f7. You can just take this, because then there's a mating attack on here, if you wish. Or after king f7, you can also play rook here with the idea rook d7. There's so many mating ideas.
Looks like a nightmare for black.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
Let's take a look. So we saw it. Okay, we saw this position.
Black
Oops.
was so solid like a few moves ago
Yeah.
with
So
these pawns on the
a5.
king side.
So major pieces endgame. Looks like very peaceful, but again, outside pass pawn always causes problems. You know, it's a very good pawn and very hard to deal with. Here, queen c8, and then just check, and now this outside pass pawn plays a role as a decoy. Can it be taken? I don't think so, because you have this check and this check, yeah. And e4, trying to stop queen f5, and after this rook goes to the back rank, has to take on a5, check here, queen g4, only with king f7, and now Muzychuk is thinking she has to make another 3 moves to make to the time control with only 2 minutes on the clock. So she's trying to repeat moves to gain time, because she's
I
not,
like that.
yeah, she's not sure what to do yet. But if she repeats too many times, then it's going to be trivial repetition. So she has to be careful.
Yeah, it looks like the position with queen d7 check has occurred twice, but she does gain a bit of time. And now, I mean, queen e8 seems like a really attractive move. Force a king to the 5th rank.
Also, rook g8. How are you going to defend g7?
That's a great point too. I don't think you can you? Oh, that's a really good point.
This is
I mean, black
just
has a
winning,
couple spite
right?
checks.
Yeah,
Is there rook
unfortunately.
a1?
Oh, rook a1 and then queen e5.
Queen e5?
You have g3.
And then f5 in that line? Do you, I mean, if you want to show it.
Okay, so we were thinking about this, rook g8, and then check,
So we force the king to
king
h2,
h2, queen here, and then here you're saying about
f5.
f5. Yeah, this is a good point.
Let's go back to the game because it seems very close to repetition now. Like I don't think
Oh,
she can play queen d7 because
no.
that's 3 times.
So let's count it. Yeah, so we were in this position. So 1, 2. No, she can do queen
Oh no, she
d7.
can. Yeah, the queen came from c8
Yeah, it was
earlier.
from c8, not from d7. So if she
Okay.
wants, she can repeat that, and I think that would be wise if she yeah. And now she starts thinking. That's wise. But you cannot just. I don't think you can repeat queen g4 there. Queen d7 is
That's true. Yeah,
okay.
she has to be careful now not to not to actually go into threefold.
Yeah. So at the very least, she can try to think about queen e8, rook g8, because now she's already on move 40. Get another 30 minutes, which is actually very well timed, because it's very much needed calculation right now.
Yeah, it's actually very yeah, you're exactly right. It's good timing and I imagine she'll take a lot of time to try and make sure her calculations are double and triple checked. Because White seems like I mean she should be winning this.
Yep, let me update you on the game between Gukesh versus Ian Nepomniachtchi that ended with a draw. This is exactly what I'm
Mm.
talking about. You're trying to defend actively. You have to make a way for your king to go to the pawns on the king side to make a draw. And that's exactly what Ian did. So he played king g7 like you prefer. keeping the tension between the g6 and f5 pawn, decided to take, but because there is no use, I guess, in delaying it, because the king will go to h6 anyway, protecting this pawn, and then trying to capture the pawn on f5. So here, Gukesh decided to take on g6, bishop g4, offering a trade. You don't want to take, and then bishop e6, the g6 pawn, you can take it at any point. And after king d2, b4, and after bishop here, just takes, and they agree for a draw, which is, in my opinion, this is the right way to play as black, because now you cannot really pursue this pawn, because now the king has a clear path to go to h3. So I was not actually sure. I'm pretty certain it was better for Gukash. But again, Ian is a good defender. He knows what to do in certain situations, especially like this, and managed to save the day. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I'm surprised that this game ended so quickly. Like I was expecting it to be a much, much longer grind with Gukesh having the bishop pair. Maybe he played a little bit too forcingly with this a4 move and then eventually f5. But kudos to Nepo for seemingly playing very confidently and quickly and just neutralizing everything. And it seems like the final position is just a fortress for
Yeah,
black.
yeah.
So, I mean, draw seems to be a fair result.
Yep. And they make a draw exactly on move 40, so not violating any rules in the regulation. Okay,
Hmm.
let's see which game do you want to see? Because
So there's only what two more games
in the open,
ongoing among the open players. Ferrugia against Fabiano, which we're expecting to be a draw, and then also Vidit against Prague, which we probably
which is
should
more
focus
interesting
on
to
because
watch, by the
so
way.
much more fireworks.
Yes. So we left it after e7, and Praggnanandhaa decided to move the king to b8, followed by bishop e3, queen b5, and knight c4. Yay, go
Okay, so
me!
we had this position
Yeah.
analysis. Nice job, Irene.
So bishop c3 and bishop d4, rook h g8, takes, and this is the current position.
Yeah, it looks crazy. Like even after the trades, like it seemed like a mess. I'm just trying to count the material. White has 5 pawns, black has 6 pawns, but pawns are scattered everywhere. The pawn on e7 is, of course, blockaded, probably will be captured at some point. But now black has a pawn on c3 as
Mhm.
well. Pawn on b3 looks to be attacked, but it's not takeable because rook b1 ideas. So, yeah, what to make of this position?
7 minutes to go for Vidit to play 12 more moves to go to the time control. Not easy, not easy.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for having more time here. Prague with over 18 minutes left, and that could make a big difference in like, some critical moments coming up.
Right. Yeah. What if you are going after the pawn on c3?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like black is threatening to play pawn c2 and then maybe try and capture on b3. So perhaps white can try like rook
Rook
c1,
c1.
just
Yeah.
simply attacking the pawn. And then there is potential for the e pawn to be traded for the c pawn.
So if you take on this, you have this
Oh
one.
no, your queen.
Yay.
Yeah.
So now the b3 pawn cannot be taken, but instead, what should black do? Mm,
Yeah, take on
take
e7
on e7,
probably.
take on c3.
And as black, I really want to try and use the g file, like g5, but it kind of just runs into h5.
I like this quiet move,
It's,
queen f4. Later, because I want to take on this one. But unfortunately, I saw a very nice line after rook here. And then if you go here and then trying to get here, let's say what to do here. Let's say like this. Oh, okay. I'm making a mess here. It's nothing. It's nothing at all. Like
some
here,
distant tangent.
just to
Oh, okay.
show
You
you
just
this
want
type
to
of
sack your
attack.
queen
Yeah.
for me. I see.
But
Okay.
this is
It's actually, it's a good thing to kind of be considering is like the creative resources is if you do double up rooks on e-file, there is this mating pattern.
But it's just gonna happen in the far, far away galaxy, not on this one. Okay,
So we see
so
bishop to b7,
yes.
right?
So queen
Or
d4
queen
instead of
d4 first.
yeah,
Okay.
queen d4 instead of rook c1. Vidit played queen d4. Bishop e7 retreated to this square and maybe taking on c3 now. What else can white do?
Yeah, it seems like that was the main point of queen d4 was to attack
Mm-hmm.
the bishop, attack the undefended pawn on c3. Maybe one question, is it worth throwing in a move like rook fe1? But no, Vidit takes the pawn on c3.
Rook fe1. I think there's c2.
Ah, this idea, yeah, and then b3 maybe is
No, I
delicate.
not b3. I wouldn't take this, but I would open up with g5 and attacking this.
Oh, okay.
So there might be danger. So you'd like to eliminate all the disturbance as much as you can. So I think queen takes c3 is quite wise. At least these pawns still possess something in the black scam, you know, that black has to take it, and then you have a tempo to kind of get a better of the position. On rook e7 is indeed played. So maybe trading of the rook looks nice to me. Just simplification, rook fe1, for example.
So knight a5 was played,
Oh, knight f5 was played.
which makes sense. Maybe just trying to get rid of the bishop. And Vidit falling a little bit dangerously low on time. Of course, with no increment and 9 more moves to make to reach move 40 and get more time. So white is now, yeah, attacking the bishop on b7, which has been an amazing asset for black this whole game.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, is it worth taking a tempo to move that bishop? And if so, like where do you move it to? And bishop a8 kind of
Bishop
looks
a8.
ugly.
Yeah, it looks I like this bishop. It's really a good bishop eyeing to g2. So if possible I'd like to keep it. But bishop a8, does it mean black is losing a tempo? I think it's fine to do that. You just have to be aware of this type of idea here and here.
Yeah, it looks very delicate for black. Like, it seems like white can be the first one to stir up initiative.
Mm,
And
yeah.
we should keep in mind that, like, Prague just moved his bishop to b7 after Vidit played queen d4. So if he actually wanted his bishop on a8, he could have done it immediately. So maybe we will see the trade of knight for bishop and then this major piece ending with queen cell on the board still has some potential to be sharp.
Mm. But I think if I were black, maybe also thinking it's the rook's endgame winning for black or not? Like queen e5 here, for example. But also judging from the time situation, you don't want to make things simple for your opponent when he's having a time trouble.
Hmm. I kind of like your idea, like from earlier, this rook ge8, just ensuring that white can't immediately play rook d4. Oh, wait, maybe white can because the
Yeah,
queen's on
white can
c3.
because the queen covers e1,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, still on the position after knight a5. I like to open up this one as well, g5. So
Yeah, g5,
if
it's
you take,
it's
I'll take with
always
the
a move to keep in
queen.
mind.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the problem with g5, of course, black wants to open the g file, but white plays h5 to try and close things down. But maybe there is idea of like g5. If white plays h5, then black can play g4.
Ooh, bishop a8 was played, followed by
Ooh.
b4.
No, rook e5 was
Oh,
played.
sorry, rook e5.
Yeah.
Rook e5, yeah. Rook e5 and then b4.
Oh, so rook e5 attacking the knight, trying to make the knight commit to taking the bishop. But it seems like Vidit just wants to keep his knight on a5. And it's now an outpost. Pawn supports the knight. The knight can't easily be removed.
Yep.
But now with the rook on e5, I actually really like this move from Prague. Now there's just more potential to use a rook to try and attack on the king side.
Yeah. G5 might come soon. Maybe it is good to play it at this time.
Yeah, what I was gonna try and mention earlier is g5, h5, and then g4. And the h5 pawn becomes a weakness. The g pawn can actually be very powerful. Like g3 is a very dangerous idea, it seems like. And it seems like black's pieces are much better coordinated than white's pieces.
Oh, it happened.
Did this happen, really?
It is happening. Yes, this is the current
Oh, wow.
position.
Okay.
Well
It
done,
was just like
Eric.
the most natural line that came to
Yes,
mind.
yes. It looks good for black. Yeah, yeah. In the practical perspective, yes. You just have to keep moving forward, and you have now creating a weakness in your opponent's camp. This h5 pawn is there to grab. So rook f e1 is on the board.
Uh-huh.
Can you take on h5 right now? But there is rook e7. So white is trying to create some counterplay.
I mean, he needs to. Like, black is the one up material here, about to win more material, and black is trying to attack as well on the king side. So yeah, imagine the idea is rook takes h5, rook e7, and okay, c7 is a bit of a delicate pawn. And at any point, like white can throw in knight takes b7, which might lead to its own tactics with rook takes d6 ideas as well, with the pin on the seventh rank.
Mhm.
And maybe you just can show, for example, like if black plays a passive move like rook c8 here, defending c7, then knight takes b7, and whatever takes back, there's rook takes d6. Although I don't know about this line.
No, I think
A
it's
lot of
okay. You can just
murkiness,
take it.
but
Oh no, no, you cannot take it. Rook
rook takes
takes.
b7, but what happened in the game? White played rook
Yeah,
fe1.
rook fe1 was still on the rook fe1. It was already seen before. Um,
Oh yeah, okay. So Prague is taking his time.
yeah, this is. Can it work? Can I play g3 here?
Wait, g3 was played in the game, but not in this position. In
Oh,
after rook fe1.
so rook fe1 took on h5 right away, and then now
No, no, no.
no, no,
G3 was
g3,
played.
g3 instead of rook c8. Oh,
Yes.
nice.
Wow. So leaving the pawn on h5, and in doing this, white doesn't immediately have rook to e7. I don't think white can even take on e5 first because black is threatening to take on f2 with check, and then
Yeah.
g2 would fall.
Wow. So look, Vidit has to make the next six move under 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh, this is so difficult.
This is
Like
difficult. This is tough
Prague
situation.
is throwing the kitchen sink at Vidit, and there's no increment.
It's no
And it seems like
there's no
this is a really
increment.
critical moment.
Yes, and the position is complicated. The best that you can do is just try to trade everything. But if you take e5 right now, f2 is going to fall, followed by rook g2 first. This is a very nice
In
intercepting
between
move, in
move.
between move. Thank you, Eric. Yes, and rook g2 and then followed by this. Or maybe it might be mate coming up soon. It is a mate.
So knight takes
Oh,
b7 was
here.
played.
So knight takes b7. Yes, that bishop is a very dangerous bishop. So knight b7. I think you can take on f2 first if you want, and take on b7 with the queen with the mating attack on g2. So I think this is going to be nice, looking nice for black.
So why is he pausing after knight takes b7? If we just go to the current position, I guess maybe he's deciding whether to take the knight first. But taking on f2 seems like well, there's also rook takes e1, so I guess there are a few candidate moves Prague can consider here.
Also, if you want queen b6, for example, like I mean to calculate, there's so many things to calculate here. If if you
Right.
want a more complicated approach. But even if in the position where we saw the most obvious line with takes on f2, takes on b7, black is still standing much better. So I wonder if there is any better moves to this position, because I was thinking also queen b6 looks very good, but then there's knight c5.
Yeah, nice intercepting move.
Right. And but
I
yeah.
mean, I'm probably leaning towards going the simple route, like G takes F2, King takes F2, and Queen takes B7, because
Mm-hmm.
G2 is hit. Did this happen?
Yeah, this
Looks
is
like,
happening. King f2
yeah,
is on the board.
and Queen takes B7 is on the board.
Yes.
And again, White has no time to take the rook on E5, because taking
Yeah.
on G2 is the in-between move.
And what happened after queen f3, let's say? I guess you can just give a check, yeah?
It seems like there's options for Black. I mean, Black's up a pawn and has a safer king too, so I mean, maybe Queen F3 is one of the best defensive resources.
Yeah, but then, okay, black should not trade the queen, maybe just keep the queen on the board, and after this king here, let's prepare for
By the
some, huh?
way, after Queen F3, is there Rook F5? I'm just trying to have
Oh,
fun. Sacrifice a rook.
I'll sacrifice my rook too.
Oh dear.
I don't
What is
know.
this?
You can sacrifice your rook again by playing king a7, by the way.
Leave both rooks hanging.
But
This
this
hurts
looks
my
good for
head.
black. Look, you cannot take the rook on f5. All
I,
right.
I, I was actually wondering, like, can the rook on F5 be taken immediately?
Yeah. So I'll
Because
take this, yeah?
I don't think it's force mate, but
Check here,
maybe it's good enough.
here.
Yeah, perhaps Black is running out of steam
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
I was more thinking Rook G3.
By the way, yeah, queen f3 did happen. So
Okay,
this is what's happening on the board. I'm very certain the next move is something like queen
is
b6 or
not Rook
queen
F5.
b5, not rook f5. Or maybe. But I don't see anything else after rook f5, like what you mentioned. I think the king will be quite safe anyway. How are you going to take this? If you take with the rook, I can just hide here, right? So if
Yeah, so my thought was Queen takes G2, King E3, Rook E3, and
ah
force a king to the fourth rank.
rook g3
Rook G3, sorry. And
here,
then King,
queen
yeah,
b2,
King D4, Queen B2.
queen b2 looks good.
The thing is, if Black isn't checkmating here, then White should be fine.
I'll move forward. I'll attack your king with my king.
Yeah, I mean, there's Rook G5, but
Ah, rook g5.
uh,
Yeah.
then White is maybe still okay. Like take the Rook and Rook H1.
Mm, hard to judge, hard to judge. But that's definitely interesting. Actually, I'm looking forward to see what's Prague's reaction to this, whether he will pick a rook f5, because it looks like it's very tempting to play this move. You just have to calculate, and Prague is such a good calculator. So we'll see what he
I
comes
would be
up with.
surprised if he plays it. I like your original ideas of just moving the queen, keep queens on the board, and force Visit to make some difficult decisions with less than 1 minute left.
We have currently two games going on. So the game between Alireza versus Fabiano, it ended up with a draw as predicted. Litingier also made a draw with Goryachkina, as we predicted too. And two games that's still on right now. This one and Muzychuk versus Lagno, they are both very interesting. By the way, Muzychuk is still thinking on that position, what to do, and she's been spending 18 minutes and yeah, still no sign of moving yet. So we'll stick to this one because Vidit is currently on time trouble. He has to make another 3 moves to make to the second time control.
Yeah, it's definitely should be sticking with this one. And Prague making use of his time advantage, as was maybe foreshadowed much earlier in the game, that He got the opening surprise, got the early time advantage, and now this is where it really matters. So he has just under 8 minutes left. And
Also,
yeah, I mean,
I was
go ahead.
thinking a cleaner approach. Like we're thinking about all the tactical continuation. What if I just bring you to an endgame? Imagine this is an endgame and I win another
Mhm.
pawn. So black already has an extra pawn. If black can win another pawn, like simply take on this and take on this, what would you say about it?
It's actually a really good point. I kind of forgot about the fact that, yeah, black could simplify. It's not the most exciting for us commentators that want to see a checkmating attack,
Yeah.
but yeah, being up two pawns and a rook ending. I mean, the pawns are kind of separated for black, so maybe there'd be some
Mm-mm.
minute drawing chances, but
Mm-mm.
and
I
this looks pretty promising also.
yeah, it looks very clear. It's just winning for black. But he played, I think, a better move, rook EG5. Ah, so
Wow.
allowing the trade of the queen while also at the same time attacking this and this. Yeah, so yeah, this is, I think this is a better approach to,
I like this. It
yeah,
also keeps tension and forces Vidit to
to take the
make a
queen.
tough decision here if he wants to take the queen. Is I think a hard move to predict. And now he's
Oh,
falling below 30 seconds.
I'm smelling some resignation soon because this is cannot be saved. Um, this hardly can be saved.
If the clock times are right, he's going to have to make three moves within 10 seconds.
I would imagine he resigned actually. Oh, G4. He's played
G4
takes and
play?
G4. What? And after takes this, what do you do?
Yeah, this looks really good for black because white's pawns are going to be
Okay,
extremely weak.
so this already happened. So Vidit secured his second time control, but at what cost? Okay.
Yeah, it does seem like he avoided flagging there. Moves came in very quickly. And he's going after the H pawn, which, okay, is probably the last chance to create any outside hope. But if black just takes on B4,
I like to give a check
it's going to be
first.
3-on-1.
Check, give a check first. Let's see where the king
Hmm.
goes. If E3, I don't know, any sort of checks will also work fine. Like, yeah, even if you take this, it's also fine too, yeah? Just 3 pawns against one, and the king is quite exposed, yeah. Almost no
And just
chance.
put the rook on H4.
Yeah. And did it happen? No, still on rook e6. Prague has enough time to make his 40th move. He has plenty of comfortable choices. Rook f8 or taking on b4 immediately or give a check on g2. This is also nice. You have to come up and then check again. And I don't know, like this event, you don't have to go after this pawn. You can go after this pawn after rook e6. Let's say like this takes and then here just to secure this one. And then this one is the pawn on b4 is very easy to anticipate later because the king is very close to it. So many winning ideas for black in this position.
Yeah, I think Prague is spoiled for choice, and he just has to watch his time, make sure that he can play his 40th move within about 4.5 minutes.
Let me take you to the game between Anna versus Katrina because this happened exactly like what we predicted.
Ah, we
So,
saw this position earlier in
exactly.
analysis.
So, after Queen d7, King g6, this is where Anna paused for like 20 minutes or 18 minutes, and then she continued with rook g8, rook a1 check, and check check, and this pretty much is forced for black, so it's very easy to find this sequence for black. But now what is the follow-up after f5?
Good question. It's not entirely clear. Like we really thought white was on the verge of winning earlier, but after f5, I mean g7 is defended. The king has a safe spot on h7, and even if white wins back the pawn with queen takes c6, then the king just drops back. It would be equal material. And it seems like Anna maybe lost a thread somewhere. Like even if you play queen c8, I mean the king is just gonna
Maybe f4 here.
be okay. F4 might allow rook h4 and queen g or rook h8 queen
It's okay.
g4.
It's okay. And then what's next after this? Oh, you want to take on f4. Right.
Yes,
Sorry, I didn't see that. But even if that's the case too, looks fine too.
and take with pawn.
Take with the pawn, and then you have this, so I can go here. Oh, but you have this check. This might be unnecessary to play
I think
f4.
black can keep the pawn on f5 and just like be okay with rook h8.
Or even e3.
E3 is definitely a candidate move.
Oh, no. Okay, so she took already. This has happened. And we're
Okay.
just waiting for the king to move. I think h7 is the 7th square. Um, and if this happens, is there any... Can you try to make this work with this pawn? But of course, the rook on g8 is currently being attacked.
Yeah, honestly, I think this game is gonna end in a draw.
Okay, let me just bring you back a little bit here. Just... This looks like it's just winning, no? For...
But where was the win?
Like, yeah, let's say this position. Rook... This one. We tried with rook g8 idea, but what about this one? I want to play
Rook
here. Rook
d8.
a7 is there if you want. Um,
I mean, there might also be the same idea of rook
yeah.
a8 or rook a1,
And then this one,
king
yeah.
h2, get the queen to e5.
And now it's even better for black because now black can just jump back like this. And the queen is on the center, so no more check.
Right.
What can be done here? I thought it was like easy win for white, but apparently not. Can I play queen e8?
Yeah, this is what I was drawn to earlier. And then the king has to move to either g5 or f5. But
Then you can check
is
takes
there a
this.
follow-up?
Oh, if you take then this one and then this one, and should be fine for black.
Yeah, white doesn't
So
quite have f4 there.
can we tease the king with h4? So takes this, and then king goes back. But the rook is kind of out of play.
Right. And you want to kind of play f4.
f4, king here. The queen can only protect one diagonal at a time like this. Otherwise, I can use my queen to give a check, but then the king will go back. Oh, maybe it was okay actually for black, but I still believe that this is better for white,
And it seems like something was missed in this sequence.
like
We're not
this
sure what.
check here.
If we can't figure it out, maybe it is worth like checking with engine just to try and take away a lesson in what the hole was in the calculation. If there was a missed opportunity.
Good point. Okay, let me do that for us.
Oh, okay, the game is officially over.
Oh,
Ends in a
they
draw. It looks like
drew.
a draw was agreed to after queen takes c6.
Okay. Okay, queen takes c6, king h7. Oh, after queen takes c6 only, yeah? And maybe she over the draw, and
It had to be a draw offer.
yeah, and then Katrina accepted the draw offer. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to check what should have done by Muzychuk there. We can take a look at this game, the last one that's still going on. And we predicted that, oh, you see, just rook h4, you're going after this h pawn because the b pawn can be anytime. You can get it anytime.
Yeah, this looks very, very, very good for Prague. And I imagine he's going to show like proper technique here, not give Vidit any chances. So yeah, I'm also checking the Muzychuk game with
So
the engine now.
queen e8 is the move, apparently.
Yeah, and this I see there are some chat messages too about Queen E8.
And queen
It was the
f7.
only winning move.
Oh, but that's
So
hard to find. Queen e8, king g5, queen f7.
do you want to go back to that game?
Yeah, let's see it. So, oh, this is hard to comprehend. So in this position, you ought to play queen e8 to win the game. Here, and then queen f7.
And Queen
Then
F7 was the only winning move. Somewhat of a quiet move, threatening Queen takes G7. And
if
apparently Black doesn't have a great
g6,
defense.
h4. And if goes here, what's just queen d7?
G4.
Oh, g4. Queen d7 also
I mean,
works.
looks like there's probably a few wins.
Yeah, because if you go here, I'll bring my rook over. Because
Right.
if the king goes here, maybe there's this one, and then mate is coming soon, I hope. Not sure how though. Because
Yeah,
there's
Queen
queen
D1, there's Queen
e2.
E2.
Yeah.
But G4 was playable earlier
In this position, yeah,
in
and
this
then
position, yeah.
g4. So if you take, I'll
And then
take
Queen
this
takes
one.
G6.
Oof. No queen
The king is
f7.
just too loose.
Or maybe, there's also a possibility that we can go to move number this position. Actually, she could make it in time. Queen e8 here, followed by queen f7. Yeah, this queen f7 move is very hard to find, actually. Just a quiet move like that. Who would have thought? Because this is exactly the moment where she paused for like 18 minutes.
Exactly. And
Yes, and she played rook
Rook G8
g8.
was not the way to go. I'm wondering after Queen E8, King G5, Queen F7, can we put this back on the board?
Queen e8, king.
G5, Queen F7.
Uh-huh.
Does Black have the same resource with Rook A1
Let's
check,
see. I think it's just
King
helping.
H2?
I think it's just helping white because now these pawns are going to just attack the
Yeah,
king.
H4 is coming. I was thinking F5, but it's not working in the same way.
Hang on. Because the king
Maybe
goes
not
here.
H4 first. Probably Rook G8
Rook
first.
g8. Yeah, I like this rook g8.
And yeah, the king is just if the king were on H7, it would probably be okay, but king is
Oh,
on
no, no,
G5.
no, no, Eric. Let's play a forcing move. What are you going to do after this? Here
Oh, good
and
point,
check
actually.
here. We have
That's
a
force
force
mate.
mate. Yeah.
That's a
No
very
need
good
to touch
point.
the rook. We have this en passant idea. And now
When
the
you
king
force en
cannot,
passant.
yeah, the king cannot go to f3 because of its on pawn of being there. Yeah. Wow.
Yes.
So Muzychuk missed the chance big time because she was in the verge of winning this game and her first victory, and she decided to just make this sequence. Which one was that? Rook g8, and then agreed for a draw, or rather she offered a draw maybe. Okay, let's come back to the last game that is still going on, which could be ended anytime soon. Yeah, after one rook is being exchanged, I think this is game over. Because I think White's hope in his position is to get somehow to the 7th rank and also this one and then attacking this pawn. But with only letter 1 rook on the board, it's not possible. So we left it on rook e6, rook h4, takes rook g5, rook h7, and then just take like this. Yeah, it's a resignable position. But Vidit continued with rook d7. And okay, rook c1 is the idea. Whoa, look at that.
I like King C8. Very
Yeah.
nice
And
technique,
king
making sure
d8.
there's no pin.
I think it's king d8 coming soon. Oh no, rook e5. Nice, nice. So rook has to go here, and then rook check, and then rook to g5, forcing a trade of the rook. Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing this play out in real time. Very nice technique from Prague.
Very clean too,
It's
right?
cleanup time.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It's very clean. And yeah, this is over for FIDE.
I'm predicting resignation here.
I
Like,
think
I
so
don't think we're
too.
going to even see the king move.
I think so too. Yeah. Wow.
And can we just applaud Praggnanandhaa for taking a huge risk in the opening, playing this what should be a very dubious line of the Roy Lopez from the backside, this gambit line with the delayed pawn f5, something you almost never see at the Super GM level.
Yeah, he must be
And
so happy for winning this game, especially with such a prep that looks very
yeah,
risky. He's taking a very, very big risk.
and especially after losing yesterday too, like could have been easy for him to tilt, but he really regrouped and he was still playing incredible fighting chess. And
Right.
I think it was a combination of getting the time advantage from the opening surprise, but then keeping the position very tense in the middle game as well.
Okay, that concludes our commentary for the day. So we have how many draws we have on the open section? We have Gukesh versus Ian Abamnachi, that's a draw. Abasov versus Hikaru Nakamura, that's also a draw. And Alireza versus Fabiano, it's a draw. We have one decisive result only in the open section. That Praggnanandhaa won the game against Vidit Gujarati. And in the women's section, we have Tan Zhongyi versus Koneru, who drew rather quickly, and Anna missed her chance to score her first victory in the candidates this year and drew against Catalan and Lagno. Liting J made a very interesting opening choice with Evans Gambit, but ended up with a draw against Alexander Goryachkina, and Faishali played a beautiful game of chess and attacked Nurgul's king and finally succeeded with a win. So let's see what we have for tomorrow. Tomorrow, oh my gosh, another interesting matchups in the open section. We will see a battle between Hikaru Nakamura versus Praggnanandhaa. And if you remember, Eric, in Baku, Praggnanandhaa knocked out Hikaru and therefore proceed to play Magnus Carlsen in the semifinal. Sorry, in the final. And then we have Fabiano Caruana versus Gukesh, and Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Vidit Gujarati, and Nijat Abasov versus Alireza Firouzja. And in the women's section, we will have the Katrina Lagno playing against the leader of the tournament, Tan Zhongyi, 2.5 points there out of 3. And we also have Alexander Goryachkina. I think she's in a clear second right now against Faishali. And Nurgul Salimova hoping to bounce back from today's loss against Conor Humpy, and Anna Muzychuk versus Li Tingjie. So every single round, I would say it's going to be very interesting. What do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I think we were really treated today with some amazing chess, especially from Praggnanandhaa and his sister, by the way. A very good day for the siblings from India, taking some full points against their formidable opponents. So looking forward to watching tomorrow. Um, I don't think I'll be commentating tomorrow, but I think you'll have a new co-commentator.
I will
So
celebrate my birthday with another person.
yeah, happy birthday again, by the way.
Thank
And
you.
big
Oh,
thanks to everyone watching across Twitch and YouTube. Really appreciate everyone tuning
yes.
in.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, Eric, for your time. And it's been fun always commentating with you. Best of luck for your upcoming projects. And thanks for the production and graphic design teams. You've been doing wonderful, guys. Thank you so much. And yeah, the chat on YouTube and on Twitch and your support in general has been really greatly appreciated. So I'm Irene Sukandar and my co-commentator Eric Rosen. Thanks for watching, guys, and yeah, see you again tomorrow. So bye bye.